देखिए कुछ है तो बुला दीजिए। अभी तो स्टार्ट कल का था 9:30 स्टार्ट होएगा, 9:50 स्टार्ट होएगा।
9:50 हम अगर हम ना सीढ़ी का वहां से जैसे दिन बोलेगी सुन लेना।
जी जी जरूर
इधर
जरूर।
का आवाज जो है
हाँ।
ना। ठीक है, ओके।
हेलो 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 हेलो।
लाइट ऑन करिए, उठेगा ना। अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। हाँ हाँ।
লিভিং টেনেছেন তো
हाँ रिलीविंग एंड चेन।
প্রিন্সিপালকে সঙ্গে
चाहिए ये देंगे
नहीं नहीं मैं नहीं इनको आप ऐसे फोटो खींचो ना कि जैसे उसका एक और वही आ जाए। हेलो हाँ नमस्ते। हाँ कौन थे? हाँ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ ଏବେ ବି ସ୍କୁଲ ଆସିବ ନା ସେ କିଛି ହଁ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ।
Hello, hello, hello. Audio check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Audio check. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this last day of the first month of this year 2024. This is going to be a very crucial day for us because we are taking home with us at the end of this day the plan which we are going to implement at our school level in our context. So I welcome our principal, Professor P.C. Agarwal, who has joined online. Sir, a very hearty welcome to you for this second day of this session. And in fact, we missed you yesterday in the inaugural session. To the information of participants, principal had to leave. It was unexpected, like Monday evening he came to know that he had to go, and he said he would be joining online for inauguration, but due to flight delay he could not do that. So we requested him if he can spare some time and share some of his concerns regarding this area with all of you. Sir, you are joining, and we feel that you are amidst us, supporting and encouraging us in this kind of a very, very crucial, critical juncture when our schools are looking forward to the leaders of the school to begin and maintain a positive mental health for functioning so that optimal productivity can be achieved. So I welcome you once again, sir, and I request you to please share your ideas about this topic with our participants. So for your information, all the participants are the educational administrators and school leaders. Sir, to you.
No problem, sir. You are welcome.
I entered unexpectedly.
No, sir. No, sir. You are always. Oh, it is your institution. You should be here.
As Madam told, I am very sorry that yesterday I could not see you all. Leaders and school administrators are involved. So it is very nice to see you all in this program. NCRT has taken up this program in all the RIs, and I think here we are conducting at the last in the last phase in RI Bhubaneswar for this region. And since we all are aware, and through the deliberations in these 2 days, we will come to know that what type of problems are there and how these problems can be addressed. And when we are oriented on such pertinent issues, then definitely a coherence comes, a convergence comes, because otherwise different minds think differently, and uniqueness is always there. That should be there, but actually basic things we should know, that what type of problems are there and how we can address, and how collective done to address the problem of parents, different stakeholders. So that's very important, and that's why this program was concepted. Madam Gauramma and Madam Elizabeth Gangmei, these are coordinating this program. Madam Gauramma has both of them, these coordinators, they have vast experience, and they were running the program of diploma course in guidance and counseling also. So this counseling, we speak many times that there should be counselors, because now the families are nuclear families, and even parents are not able to counsel their wards properly. Many a times they don't have enough time even. Then in a school, we should provide them such type of help, such type of assistance. So when we talk about counselors, actually every teacher is a counselor also. Not that way a very specific course she undergoes, but actually teacher's role is to counsel a student also, a child also. When child has different type of problems, he doesn't pay attention in learning also. Learning is also disturbed, learning is also prevented. And that's why we have to keep in mind that how we can counsel, how we can help child. And when mentally one is sound, only then that can work better. Many a times we say that one aspect is incomplete. In holistic means every dimension should be addressed equally. Equally, every dimension is important. And that's why this program is, I think, very important. I'm very hopeful that during these 2 days, we will have a type of insight, and we will come to know that how we can incorporate certain things in our curriculum transaction, even classroom transaction effectively. How can we reach to children? For that, since now we believe that everyone should come to the school, we talk about inclusive education. Many times students, those who are having certain problems, they don't find conducive environment in the school, in the school or in the classroom. Now, when we are addressing these issues also, definitely they'll not feel isolated or different in the school, in the classroom. They will feel very much part and parcel of that classroom, and that we want. Because when we talk about drop rates and many issues are there, sometimes the students, the children withdraws because of these problems also. Parents are not able to cope up with their problem. They are not able to guide. Many students, many learners in our schools are first generation learners also. And many parents, they don't know that what type of problem a student is having. As educated person, as teachers, we have this type of responsibility, that how we can bring the students in classroom, how we can make their learning joyful. And that's why any mental distress, any mental disorder, we have to address also. In inclusive education, we talk about that our classroom, now normal classrooms means normal students or normal schools should be enough for every type of child. So teacher should feel empowered, and teacher will feel empowered when we will discuss such issues in these types of workshops. Then a thinking will emerge out, and every teacher would be able to know the role. The leader, school leader, will also able to know the role. The administrators will also be able to know the roles. When all we will know our roles, and we will work in convergence, in coherence, then definitely the results will be beneficial. I think this is the objective of this workshop. I am very thankful to all of you that you have come, means many of you, nearly, as I have got the information, half of you are online while half of you are offline. In blended mode, we are connected, and definitely these 2 days outcome will be very fruitful for all of us, and definitely will be able to address the issues of such type of learners. And after getting addressed, those learners, they will come in the mainstream. They will give their contribution optimally to the society, to the nation. I'll not take much of your time, because my another program is just to start, and there I have to attend. Once again, I welcome you in this program, and hope that we will meet more than what we expect or what we expected for these 2 days deliberations. I will appeal one and all that please discuss among yourselves. Whenever there is interaction, there are deliberations. from resource persons, please raise your issues, discuss them, so that others will also be benefited with you. And then we will be definitely having a type of vision, a type of thinking, a type of insight. And when we will have insight, definitely, since we are engaged in this field, we will find out ourselves in line of action, that what line of action we should adopt, so that the program Manodarpan is integrated well with all our activities in the schools, in the classrooms, and the issue of mental health and well-being is addressed well. Once again, thanks to the coordinator, thanks to the Dr. Saab, and all the dear participants, administrators, leaders from the region. Once again, I thank you all. And again, I hope that these 2 days will be very fruitful for the region, because these workshops are regional workshops. All regions, they have carried out such type of workshops already. During these 2 days, we will learn a lot, and we will implement the things in right perspective in our region, so that our students of this region are benefited. Thanks. Thanks to all. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in spite of your busy schedule. Sir, thank you so much for always being a support and a motivating factor. We look forward to your guidance in the days to come also. Thank you so much, sir, for bringing some of the most pertinent issues which are discussed here also in this 2 days workshop. That will be a guiding ideas of these days, even today. Once again, we thank you, sir, for joining in spite of your busy schedule. We hope that you will have a good day, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks to all. And I request you to excuse me that I would like to leave now. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Now, may I invite Dr. Susil Kar to initiate the session. Please, sir.
Good morning, all the participants in this program for the second day. Have a nice day, and we will have good interaction in this session so that we can come out with some of the issues which we can address during subsequent days. We will be implementing this Manodarpan. As you all know, that this is being implemented by Government of India through NCRT in all the schools, and we hope that this will be carried forward by all the participants, and we should know a bit little about it and disseminate this message to others. Welcome to all the school leaders, the administrators, the teachers, the teacher educators specifically, and all the participants here online and offline. I will be actually talking about mental well-being related some concerns among students. I do not say that this is only for the students, also the teachers, as it was being discussed in the next day. In the previous, yesterday, there were some concerns for the teachers also. The teachers are hard pressed to carry out all the activities. They are overburdened and they face burnout. So that issues are also should be addressed in this. So what is actually the mental health? So when we discuss about health of a person, the WHO has defined the physical health component of it, and in that health definition, mental health is also included in that, in which the physical health, mental health, spiritual health, and also the social interaction is also included. Specifically for mental health, the WHO has defined mental health is a state of well-being where a person can realize his or her abilities to cope with normal stresses of life and work productively. So, so what we face every day when we do certain things, we manage ourselves in day-to-day life. We face some situations where we face some problems and we are under stress. So with this, everybody we have to face some problems, be their students, the parents, the common citizen, the teachers, officers, administrators, everybody. So we should develop ourselves in such a way that we are able to face the situation and come out of it without affecting us much. And the students, when they are in a stage of build up, we are building them for their career or for the society, that we must keep in our mind that they should be developed to such a state that they will not break up. And in this program, we are always planning that when the educational institutes are there for a holistic development of an individual starting from childhood, and once one goes out of the educational institute to become a human being in the society, he must develop certain human values. And along with that, we must be able to cope with the situation what he faces in his or her life. So holistic development of students refer to nurturing their growth in various other dimensions and not just only academic side. This includes the physical, intellectual, cognitive, emotional, moral, and social development of a student. And previously, up till now also, mostly we are valuing a student on his or her intellectual capabilities. But as we discuss, as we face the situation now, those days are gone. Both at primary and secondary levels, we must have to discuss the issues so that they become human beings in total. So for that, in the right side of the slide, I have shown the holistic development, the components of the physical or gross or motor development, fine motor, sensory, self-help, language, cognitive, emotional, social, and spiritual aspects. So those should be taken care of in the institution itself, along with the family members and the society. So mental well-being is crucial in the context of student life, as it enhances focus. Unless one is mentally well, one cannot focus on his studies and other things. It can help manage stress, anxiety, and depression. It improves overall academic performance, positive relationships, social connections and interactions, better relationship both in the family, friends, and relations. Most important is refreshing interaction with peers, where bullying and other things are concerned. So they should have these things, positive attitude in their feelings and their behaviors and everything, so that they are equipped with coping skills for the career and life, and so that we can have the children, when they grow to become adults, having a balanced and fulfilling student experience. So importance of mental health in students. As we see, all the parents, they dream of their children to become, to earn very high, to be positioned very highly in the society, respectable and other things. So for that they invest whatever they have the capabilities, and even to the point of spending some, even if they are not able to afford, they are not able to make both ends meet, but they spare maximum for their education of the children, thinking that when they grow up, they will be taking care of them, which does not happen most of the time nowadays. For which they choose the best of the school, the tutor, facilities, and everything, but they do not consider the mental health of their fans, the student, the children, and even if they give their best, their children, they feel that we are not cared for, and their need may be different as perceived from the perception of their parents. Mental health challenges can lead to suicides, they can take recourse to drugs, criminal activities, aggressive behavior, and some of them we can detect in the schools or in the community, but sometimes they may go unnoticed till the situation comes out of the control, goes out of control. So adolescent mental health issues can lead to social exclusion, stigma, risky behavior, and physical illnesses. Overlooking a child's mental and emotional health can have serious implications. So that has to be taken care of as early as possible. So factors affecting students' mental health. This is the diagram where in the left side we can see how a student's mental health is affected. The curriculum that we put in the academic sessions, the homework, the load of homework, and the stress of the examination that we give, schools' educational model, how they receive the education and how they are being guided, that also affects their mental health. After school activities, nowadays what happens, most of the children when they return back to their home, they do not have any time for any physical activities or recreations. And also some of the curriculum they want to develop, say some hobbies, they don't find any time. They are so overloaded with tasks that from the evening after returning to the school up to midnight, they are busy in completing their tasks, which is not acceptable if we expect that children should develop to become good human beings. Student-student relationships, student-teacher relationships, interpersonal relationship both in the school and outside, physical activities, all these things, if it is not in order and we do not take care of it, they can lead to mental health stress on the students, and that can affect the self-efficacy, self-esteem, stress, anxiety, depression, and happiness, which is very difficult to eradicate even when they grow up to become adults. This goes with that. So globally, 10 to 20% of children and adolescents experience mental health problems. This has been found, and this is the article from which I have quoted. The WHO entails that problems in early life may have the potential for long-term adverse consequences, and which they will not be able to cope and to tackle in their entire life. So in 2019, the World Health Organization has pointed out that childhood and adolescence are critical periods for the acquisition of socio-emotional capabilities and for prevention of mental health problems. Now we must have the introspection. Are we going in the right direction? Are we giving the proper education and developmental amenities to the students which we expect in future years? So that introspection we should have. When we talk of health, two things come side by side, both mental health and physical health. Most of the time when the health is concerned, our mental mind setup is such that when we consider somebody is unhealthy, we only speak most of the time about physical health. About mental health, most of the time we ignore, because regarding any physical diseases, it is visible outside. Symptoms and signs are visible and we can know it, detect it. But the mental behavior, it is most of the time the person hides and it is not expressed outside unless it is detected by some people who is close to them or who has closely observed them. This is only possible if because the teachers are interacting the students and they are most of the time
ଆରେ
they
ମୋ
are in
ପେନ୍
the
ଡ୍ରାଇଭ୍ଟା
school.
ଦେଖିଲ ସେ ପ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ ପକେଟରେ କୋଉଠି ଅଛି ନା କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ଲାଗିଛି
When
ପ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟ କାଲି ଯୋଉ ପିନ୍ଧିଥିଲି ନୂଆ ପ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟଟା ଦେଖିଲ ଏଥିରେ ଅଛି ନା ଇଏ
please
ପକେଟରେ ଥିବ ସେ ଯୋଉ କୋଟଟାର ମୁଦି କୋଟ
Okay, I request the participant to mute your mic, please.
ଏଇ ବୋଲୁ ରୁମରେ ଲାଗି
somebody has put the mic on, please off it. Unmute yourself. Okay. So the physical aspects we are taking care of. Mental things we have to actually a bit vigilant, and one must have this aptitude to detect it among the students right in the classroom or outside of it or in the playground, so that we can take care of in time the students. They do not develop these things and do not continue these things throughout their life. So in that aspect, the physical things, physical health and the mental health are both correlated, because unhealthy habits like poor diet, lack of exercise, inadequate sleep mostly can lead both to physical and mental health problems. Engaging in healthy behaviors like regular exercise, a balanced diet, sufficient sleep, on the contrary, can improve both physical and mental health, and it will improve their academic performance. By taking care of both our physical and mental beings, we can make these things, these students become happier and healthier in their life time, becoming good adults for the society. Schools can play an essential role in promoting students' physical and mental well-being. When they learn other things, they should have this. So in this connection, this Manodarpan is a very good step that has been taken in the recent years by Government of India. Hello. Physical and physical and mental well-being. Some of the aspects that I have enumerated here: impact of nutrition, which many of us may not be knowing it, but balanced diet supports both good physical and mental health, such as energy level if not maintained. Sometimes I have found the children coming to the school without having the breakfast. In fact, the breakfast should be a heavy one, so that they can, because body's hormone levels, they are regulated in such a way that body needs the maximum energy build food, energy rich food in the morning hours. But they skip it, or sometimes just only a glass of milk or half a glass of milk, or say some other things, some light tiffins. With that, they come to school. We should be discouraged. And this energy level affects the cognitive function. Similarly, omega-3 fatty acids, vitamin B6, B12, all these things are linked to mood regulation, potentially reducing anxiety and depression if it is taken in adequate quantities. Benefits of exercise: because the exercise, physical exercise, it increases the blood circulation to the brain, and there is production of neurotransmitters which are natural body's mood elevators and painkillers, which affects the mental well-being of students and adults, everyone. So this physical exercise not only builds up the physique of the person or builds the muscles, it also helps in developing the mental faculty of everyone. This regular exercise helps lower stress hormones such as cortisol and norepinephrine, which is linked to more of stress. Aerobic exercises increases the formation of new neurons in the hippocampus, a part of the brain which is involved in learning and memory. The sleep quality is also important for proper performance of the function and learning abilities. What I have observed during my stay here as a medical officer in this campus, the teacher educators who are also they are going to be teachers, but I find that many of them don't have sufficient sleep in the either quality or in quantity time period is not adequate, and this affects their learning process also and memory. Next, yes. Next. So with this study that has been done, prevalence of anemia and nutritional status. Now you see in the left side that graph, adolescent girls 15 to 19 years, we have found that 54% are having anemia. And in NFHS study 4 and 5, in the nutritional status of children throughout India, you see anemia covers around 67%. Stunting is 35% at present. Wasting is 19.3%. So these aspects we should take care unless this is corrected. The anemia causes weakness, it hampers memory, learning, and ability to perform both physical and mental ways. Poor nutrition and its effect on students' academic performance in 1 in 5 teens in city. This was a study that has been done in Delhi, and these 1785 students were examined and found that out of that 17% are underweight, 8% are overweight, 6% are severely underweight, and 4% are obese. Low weight linked to poor physical stamina, low immunity, anemia, and protein calorie malnutrition, which leads to poor concentration and attention, poor self-esteem, retarded growth and development, fragile bones and hair loss. So these things, what we see, unless we take care of in our education system, we are advising them, they are being taught in the schools about the proper balanced nutrition, but unless it is practically implemented, they are not habituated to take the proper diet, proper food, so this condition is not going to improve. From the Government of India side, we are supplying, the government is supplying iron tablets, folifer tablets for correction of anemia. But many schools, during my visit as Chief District Medical Officer, I have seen that in some schools, they are not being distributed. Sometimes the teachers fear that it will create some physical problems like vomiting, etc. And there is a actually fear among the students also. If it has occurred with somebody, others, they don't like to take it. And similarly with the deworming programs that we are undertaking, the deworming tablets that is being given, sometimes it is not being taken, but they are responsible for this physical illnesses or physical, not being physically developed, which will hamper their academic career also. So that aspect we should take care of. And practical application of the what they have studied during their education regarding nutrition, balanced food and exercises, they should be implemented in their school also. The school heads, school leaders, teachers and academicians, they should see that these things what is being taught is practically implemented in the school, and they should be advised to take it. Habit takes time to develop and fix. So in the during the school, if the student is children are staying there for say 8 to 10 years, this is the actual period during this habit should be formed. Regularization of the exercises, regular proper nutrition, and we are teaching them about balanced food, balanced nutrition and hazards of this fast food. But once they are out of the school, they are in front of the street vendors for taking fast food. And this can lead to obesity and malnutrition also. So understanding mental well-being is an integral component of health, well-being and basic. It is a basic human right as defined by WHO. It is not mere absence of mental disorders. Nowadays also we have reservations when a person is going to any mental, say, a clinician, a psychiatrist, then we have a reservation. This is not being disclosed to others. People will feel that, they will say that and discuss that this person has gone mad. So this is a negative thing that has been in our mind starting from your childhood. So we take this in a negative way. That should be eradicated, that can be eradicated by actually discussing this thing, disseminating the ideas, and the children should know about this, teachers should also, they know about this, because this is going to affect their career. Addressing mental well-being of students. Students' mental well-being encompasses factors such as academic, navigating social expectations, handling competition, and maintaining a healthy work life. Some other factors which play a role in it as cultural influences, family dynamics, demands of the education system, peer pressure, self-image and self-image. We must make them learn to develop this attitude to balance these things in life and develop to become proper, the healthy citizens, healthy, helpful and useful citizens of India. Prevalence of mental disorder in amongst 13 to 17 years by age. We have seen that total males 7.5%, females 7.1%. In rural areas it is 6.9, in urban areas it is 4.3. So because in urban areas people are a bit educated and might be they are able to detect and take some measures before it goes becomes severe. So what impact mental health in students? As per UNICEF data, yesterday somebody were telling some participants, students suffering with mental health, 1 out of every 7, say almost 14% of the students, they have some mental health problems. And how to tackle that? The number of psychiatrists for 1 lakh students, WHO recommends that there should be 3 psychiatrists to take care of this situation. But actual number in India we have is 0.7, less than 1 per 1 lakh population. So it is a huge burden and we feel very much say depressed. How we can tackle that? So for that we can see this is an analysis. Mental health problem is not all the children who are having some problems, they need to be consulted for their problems with psychiatrists. So in the first two, let's say normal functioning and common reversible distress, these teachers, the students, the community, and the leaders, they can take care of these things. The second group, two groups, they and injured and ill, they need actually care by psychiatrists or counselors. So first two groups, which are the majority group, they can be, if they can be taken care of at this level, then they will not proceed to the second groups, the third and fourth groups. So promoting development of adolescents at different levels, it is needed: family level, community level, schools, societal level, and addressing harmful and unequal gender norms. This is to be done by the at different levels, so that the students are properly developed into well cultured and useful human beings of the society. So here one thing is that suggestions of activity, how we can intervene. Do not judge. If we find that some child is having some problems, we do not specifically point it that he is having this anxiety disorder or depression, other things. So do not get moralistic or preachy. Do not convince do not give advice. Actually, listening is one of the best arts to know the child and to allow them to express themselves. Use humor, make intervention interesting and student friendly. Make it specific to youth's life circumstances and needs. Make it more personal. When it comes to any mental problems, it should reach out to the young person directly. Don't discuss it with others. Yesterday, some of our participants had been telling this. If you are giving punishment, give it in personally, and in a closed room. If you are going to praise him, then do it before all others, in the total society, on the full platform. Use peer students to counsel, address misinformation regarding substance use. Students should be empowered to evaluate themselves on hard work rather than medals. Technology-based intervention can add privacy. Thank you all. Hope this will help you. Main thing, two things I will suggest: that we must disseminate the message to one and all the students in the school, all the teachers and all the parents and community members should know that there is a scope for everyone, and this Manodarpan is there to help them. This message should get to each and every one of the community, students, teachers, staffs and everybody, so that they can motivate the students and families to consult the psychiatrist or these counselors in time. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam, Gurama Madam and Elizabeth Madam, for giving me the chance to be included here. Thank you so much. And all these things that I have been doing is, I have a desire to serve the community, and these experiences I have gathered, I want to mention it here. When I was Chief District Medical Officer at Deogarh, there was Dr. T. P. Chattopadhyay was there, the principal of JNB, where I had a good interaction with the students, teachers. I felt myself as a part and parcel of that Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya Deogarh, for which I had this experience, and I am able to express this experience here. Thank you all.
Sir,
and
I'm sure the participants will start looking at creating a sound health, physical health of themselves and their school students.
I will be happy to support any support I can give medically or in counseling like this. Thank you all. Thanks for patient hearing.
Kind of you, sir, very kind of you that you are offering your support now also, so the participants can reach out to him if you have any plan, a program, an action plan to create sound physical health in your whole school approach for mental well-being.
Thank you. That is needed. Thank you all.
So just as a token of gratitude, I just want to present this to central person of the country. So thank you very much. We look forward to
Thank you, Kar sir, for wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I'm so happy that you have attended this session.
Sir, how can I forget your help?
No. It is. I am telling it openly. We had a very good interactive session there, and interactive platform there with the students, teachers, and everybody. That was
Thank
one
you
part
so
of my
much.
professional career.
I
I
hope
can
in
never forget.
future also you will cooperate our children.
Yes.
And I am thankful to the RI authority for giving a nice opportunity for us to listen from here.
No, it's a pleasure to connect you both.
Thank you, madam.
In this way.
Thank you.
I think before starting the next session, I would like to welcome our resource person here, Professor Bhaswati Patnaik, who was Professor of Psychology in Utkal University. Madam, welcome to you for this session on behalf of everyone, and we look forward to listening to you. Before that, we have a very small presentation and a discussion, especially from our own colleague from NCERT, Dr. Sushmita she has joined, and she will make a brief presentation on the findings of the survey, mental health survey of schools, which was done in 2022, I think soon after COVID. So she would be presenting that and drawing the attention of the school administrators and leaders in what way the implications of the findings can help us, how we can get benefit out of this and use it in our school context to improve the mental well-being of our students. Hello, Sushmita.
Good morning, Gaurama ma'am. I hope I am audible.
Yes, Sushmita, you are audible. Welcome to you. And
thank you so much.
Already introduced, and I think you will be presenting on the results of the mental health survey, school mental health survey.
Oh. Yes, that's right. Just allow me 2 minutes to share the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Sushmita, 15 minutes?
Yes, 15 minutes, not more than that.
Thank you, Sushmita. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, can I do one thing? Can I send you the PPT so that it can be shared there? Is it possible?
Yes, you tell the email ID of ICT Studio. He will tell the
Let me try and share it from here only, ma'am. I think that will be quicker.
That is quicker, yeah.
Uh, let me do it.
Yesterday, in fact, one of the principals was sharing all the findings of this survey, and he was discussing in the first session itself about these findings. So I thought it will be a continuation of the. We did discuss little bit in the first session yesterday. This will be a continuation.
Okay. I am sending you, ma'am, because it seems there is a little problem.
The mail ID is in the chat box, Sushmita.
Okay.
ICT Studio.
अपने बच्चों को कह दीजिए वो ले लें कॉपियां चेक हो हाँ चेक हो गई ले लें स्टेम क्यों लगेगा ले जाइए हमारा साइन काफी नहीं है
अच्छा मैडम वो संस्कृत वाला भी ले लिया है ठीक है मैं सारा चेक करवा दूँ
वो आप जो है ना सर
Hello, Sushmita.
Hello. Yes,
This
ma'am.
is, we can see the slide. It's
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. So thank you. If I can start with permission of Gaurava ma'am.
Please start.
Thank you. Thank you. So, namaskar to all my participants. And as already shared with Gaurava ma'am, that I'll be focusing mainly on sharing with you about the findings of the mental health survey that was conducted under by Manodarpan in the year 2022. If I can go to the next slide. Yeah. Just to give a brief background, about what is Manodarpan and how it started. All that was shared by Professor Anjum Sivia, Manodarpan in charge and Dean Academic yesterday in her session, in the welcome session of yesterday. So all of you already have that knowledge about how, in what context Manodarpan initiative started. So I will like to highlight that why the need for this survey emerged, and also a little bit about the purpose of this survey findings that would take into consideration by the stakeholders who are there in the ecology of the school as such. So when the Manodarpan initiative started and the helpline came in, and we were receiving calls of different concerns, as well as we were interacting with teachers, with school heads, with administrators. There were many concerns that were emerging, which were not only related to COVID, but largely related to COVID and its consequences. That is, schools shutting down overnight, a shift from offline interactions to purely online interactions, becoming adapted at a very quick pace to adjust with online learning as well as online social interactions. These were the academic concerns that were emerging for the students as well as for the teachers, of course, because how to keep their attention in an online class, how to ensure that students are actually able to grasp, they are paying attention, they are able to comprehend whatever is being discussed, was some of the concerns that even the teachers were facing. Similarly, parents also had issues, but beyond the academic concerns, there were many other concerns which were being felt that by the students, like feelings of loneliness. All of a sudden, the home became, a multifunctional space where classroom was also going on, where the parents' office was going on, where it was also the residence, the home, the space, the personal space of the family where they were interacting. So there was confusion about this space. And because of this, lot of dynamics involved in the relationships, which were otherwise beyond, closed doors, whether it was between the parents or whether it was between the siblings or whether it was between the parent and the sibling. These were some things which were there existing before, but because the home became a multifunctional space and everybody was stuck there 24/7, the different dynamics of relationships were emerging and it was on their face. So there was no, we can say that there was no route or way to escape from all these stress situations. If there was a conflict with a parent, the student probably would get some respite when he or she was in school, going to the school, meeting friends, engaging with learning, interacting with teachers, playing around, tiffin break and everything. And for almost 7-8 hours ke baad, when they would come back home, again it would be, there was, again re-face that situation. And probably since there is a different experience, it would have been not so overpowering. But now what was happening with all transactions happening online, you are sitting at home, everything is at home only in those four walls. So it was becoming very stressful. Of course, the need for peer interaction reduced a lot, in-person interaction. So there was feelings of loneliness. One was going into a shell. They were desperately look for some ways of managing these feelings of loneliness. Of course, the fear of COVID, the fear of loss of life, fear of infection, and a lot of uncertainty. Plus, of course, the ones who were in the senior stages, like they were in 9th, 10th. The worst, I think, sufferers were the 10th and the 12th people, 11th also, because they didn't know what was going to happen for their academic examinations, which are very important, and further the career prospects from it. How would it go ahead? So all these uncertainties as well as the dynamics coming on the face of relationships and everything was pushing the students towards a lot of feeling of loneliness, feelings of depression, feelings of anxiety, fear, etc. And obviously, as human beings, we all know we do adapt to certain situations in our own ways, even if they are maladaptive. The pillar of all our transactions, whether it is academic, whether it is social. So naturally, dependency upon any kind of gadget just scaled up like anything. And therefore, this was an additional concern of everybody involved in the students' learning process. So these were different concerns because of which the study was, the need for the study was felt as to what it is that, how students perceive their mental health, their well-being, and kind of it would help us to gain an insight into the students' perception about their mental health and well-being. What are their expectations? What are they doing presently in dealing with their mental health concerns? What actually are their needs, aspirations when it comes to how they want to see their mental health and well-being? So, in nutshell, we could say that this study, this survey was mainly focused on gathering the voices of students regarding the perception of their mental health and well-being. The outcome that we thought that will help us is that the findings would give us a lot of input for the stakeholders like the school heads, administrators, teachers, parents, counselors, as to what all can be done from our part to enable in dealing effectively with the concerns and issues that the students are facing. If I can go to the next slide, please. So yes, the survey was conducted through online mode, which was bilingual, English and Hindi, through a Google form covering students who were from the middle and the secondary stage across genders, and all the schools across the country. So you may be wondering why, when we are talking about students, school students, why only chose the middle and the secondary stage primarily for this survey? Well, we all know that when students move from the preparatory stage and go into the middle stage, and when they move from the middle to secondary, there is a lot of transition, both in the physiological terms, in the psychological, emotional terms, in terms of their needs, in terms of their aspirations, in terms of the kind of academic and social pressures they face change. And accordingly, the kind of state of mental well-being that they experience or their needs are also probably more important for us to know. And therefore, this study focused on these two particular stages. So we had students from grade 6 to grade 12 in this study. Approximately 3,79,000 students participated in this survey. From all the states, 28 states and 8 UTs across the country. It was with much help from the Minister of Education, who addressed all the state education departments across the country and requested them to direct the schools to ensure that students participate in the survey, and that made it more enabling for such large participation of students. Of course, because an online survey it helped to ensure for us that the information being shared by the students remain confidential. It was also ensured that their mentioning of their names in the survey would remain confidential. Not only that, it was also left optional. If they choose, they may write their name, and there was no mandatoriness to that they should write their names. It was an option for them. The study was conducted, the survey data collection was between January to March of 2022. That is around the quite peak time of the COVID times, where also the students were experiencing a transition between offline and a blended mode of learning. Sorry, the online and a blended mode of learning. There were some which were happening offline, there were some which were happening online. So those mixed mode was going on in the survey, and it was during that period that the survey was conducted. The next slide, please. As I said, different types of schools were covered in the survey, and as you can see on this slide, on an average, about 10 types of schools were covered, including the Kendra Vidyalaya, the Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, the state government schools, private schools, Ekalavya model residential schools, Sainik school, the DMS that we have in 5 RIs. We also had participation from NIOS, though it was quite small, quite small, that you can see about 1,000 odd students participated in it. And of course, we had the Central Tibetan School. So in all, about, as you can see, the 3 lakh students participated. 3 lakh plus students participated. And with this data, when we went through the next slide. Next slide, yeah, thank you. So the overall survey findings, as you can see on the screen, primarily showed that, number one, that between the genders, there was not much significant difference. That was very interesting to note. Of course, in some aspects, we did observe that there was a striking difference between the middle stage and the secondary stage. For example, immediately you can see that the satisfaction with personal life was higher amongst the middle stage students, which was about 58%, vis-a-vis 46% in the secondary stage. Similarly, with satisfaction with school life, while the middle stage had 81%, the secondary stage came down to 68%. So in this way, there were many issues like the body image, responsibility of doing well. Now, that is another aspect which I'll come in my next slide as one of the most interesting and very positive finding of the study was that when it came to their understanding about, responsibility of doing well in their life, both the stages of students in both the stages, the middle and the secondary, owned it up that yes, it is their responsibility, that they own the responsibility of how well they do in their life. And similarly, there are many other aspects that emerged in the survey across different domains. Now, if I'm going to go to the next slide, I will like to focus upon a few positive aspects that emerged. Number one being the one that I said, that one is satisfaction with school life. 73% of the students across both the stages shared that they are more satisfied with their school life. this contentment with the school life indicates two things. One is that they are satisfied with the aspects that involve a school life. A school life is not just gaining academic knowledge, but it also is the ground where social relationships develop. They learn the skills of negotiation, of resolving conflicts, of solving problems, of working in team, of partnering, of growing, of collaborating together and growing together. Lot of aspects go into when we talk about the school life. They also learn the different aspects of emotional expressions. So, this engagement with the school life was something that we understood, and how these this particular aspect can be an important resource for us. I can use the word resource for us who are as members in the ecosystem of a school is very important to keep in our mind, is to hold. And most importantly, the researchers has pointed out, psychological researchers have pointed out that a sense of belongingness with school leads to higher academic involvement, cognitive engagement with of the students, and a reduced likelihood of dropping out from school. So I can say that, when our students from the middle and the secondary stage have said that they do feel more satisfied with that school life, we can say that our students are quite prepared for academic engagement and for emotionally engaging with not only school life but also their learning. And therefore, from here we can further take up the other work that is related to their academic pursuits. The second finding was that, as you can see on the screen, 84% of students responded that they perceive that responsibility of doing well in their life is their own. And this is something that that again is very interesting and very promising, because the onus of being well is leading to understanding that the students are prepared and they know that controlling, they need to control themselves, they need to regulate their self so that it moves towards their well-being. When that understanding that I am the center of my own well-being, I am responsible for my well-being, then whether it goes towards a positive side for building a much more enhanced and empowered self, a self which is more reliant upon their own self, that becomes much more easier then, rather than giving it what we say as the external locus of control. When I feel that I am not responsible for myself, but others are responsible, the outside is responsible, the external resources are responsible, then chances of my working on my own self, developing myself to become more empowered, to become more regulated, whether in terms of my cognitive approaches, whether it is in terms of my emotions, becomes a little difficult. But here we see that our students accept that they are at the center of it. And therefore, again, this is a very informative resource for us adult stakeholders in the school as to how we utilize this information. If I can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. The emerging concerns vis-a-vis the positive aspects that emerge from this study, the key emerging concerns that was there. No, the previous one, please. Yeah, thank you. So the key concerns that emerged was that, number one, as you can see on the screen, causes of anxiety. What caused anxiety among the students? It was unanimously said by 81% of students that studies followed by exams and the results was their cause of anxiety. And yeah, and this is again a very important aspect. It is not something that we all don't know. But then coming from the students, it just, establishes that yes, it does create a lot of anxiety for them. The performance that we are expecting from them, the results, what will be the results like? What if I'm not able to score this much of a percentage? What if my, performance is not satisfactory as expected from my family, from my teachers, from the school? What will happen? Similarly, the studies, whether I am able to complete my studies, whether I'm able to remember my studies, whether I'm able to, feel adequately prepared for the exams. These were some of the things that they felt created a lot of anxiety among the students. And the next emerging concern for us as stakeholders in this academic and not academic, but in the school ecosystem, I feel that, when the students unanimously shared, although it is 33%, but that too, it's quite a significant number when we consider the 3 lakh plus students, that they said that they comply to peer pressure most of the times. But honestly speaking, it is a concern which can be used by us as stakeholders for positive, from a more positive perspective. Well, students have accepted that they do comply by the peer pressure, but then we also know that peer pressure peers can help us in our peer learning. We have concepts of peer tutoring, and researchers have shown that peer tutoring, peer learning, peer collaboration is a very potent way of helping students to engage with their learning. So, of course, then that is why a very significant information received from the finding, and how we again utilize this is an aspect that we will have to take it up in our future plannings. Next slide now. Yeah. So in summing up of the findings, I would like to highlight that some of the positive mental aspects that emerged across the stage, across the gender, and across the school types was that experiencing of satisfaction with school life, feeling responsible of doing well in life, receiving support from parents, friends, and resolving their concern by themselves. Please mark it out. This is the third aspect, is an important finding that they said that they receive support. They do perceive that they receive support from their friends, peers, that is, their parents and teachers, friends and parents, and they also solve their concerns, whatever their concerns are, by themselves. So again, this shows that there is a lot of regulation, I shouldn't use the term self-regulation because that is a positive way, but resolving the conflicts by themselves also means that they are trying to trying on their own. Now, we don't know whether they are adaptive ways of dealing with those concerns or maladaptive, but our experiences have shown with the overuse of gadget, getting into different kind of aspects of managing the social media platforms, which were not actually healthy. That is why there were so many calls related to how to manage my time. I'm getting sucked into the world of WhatsApp and Facebook and online transactions, the Instagram, the Reels and all that. So this is an area of concern, but then it is also a positive aspect. And of course, a very important and very interesting aspect is that they said that the practice of yoga and meditation as one of the ways of coping the different concerns. So along with these positive aspects that were highlighted through the survey findings, it also gave us certain concerns, which were like, of course, a few that I have shared, that experience of anxiety related to studies, exams, and results. Also, their reporting of lack of concentration as a major reason for lagging behind in studies. Complying to peer pressure most of the times, and a very interesting aspect is that students share that they hesitate in asking questions. Now, we all know that unless and until there is question arises in the students' minds and they communicate those questions in the class interaction, many aspects of their learning will not be clarified. There will be bottlenecks in their learning process. It will also, in the longer run, go into defining how they find themselves, their self esteem, their feelings of self worthiness may get concerned. So, it definitely is an important concern for us in many aspects, for our school heads, for our teachers, for our parents, even for our interactions with peers, in how ways what can be done to ensure that this hesitation among the students is reduced and they feel more comfortable, supportive, trusted, respected to ask questions, the habit of asking questions. Now, if you can go to the next slide, which is, I think, more pertinent for us to discuss over here. The next slide, please.
Sushmita, sorry.
Yeah, ma'am.
If you can quickly wind up, because
yes, ma'am. I'm just on the, I think, the last slide probably.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Basically, this now that we know what are the crux of the findings are, what is it that we as stakeholders in the school can do? So some of the pertinent points or actions that we can take up, and probably we would want that these also feed into when we are, in the coming session of today end, when we are planning our action plans to take forward, some of these find ways into those action plans. To begin with, advocacy of the Manodarpan initiative and the mental health in the school ecosystem. So how, ma'am, as you would have got to know in yesterday's session, Manodarpan has many activities like the Sahyog and Parichacha session. Of course, Gaurama ma'am will further proceed in this direction. That is held, and, creating awareness amongst the students, among the other members of the school regarding these sessions and what all issues are covered in the sessions, encouraging participation, observing, and hearing to these sessions, adopting some of the strategies that are more useful for the students is an important thing, and this advocacy will help us in building an ethos of care, promoting mental health and well-being amongst the students. The second thing is, how do we prepare our schools? The most important thing is that for the schools, the kind of support that will be required in creating that kind of a school system where the students' mental health and well-being, rather I should say mental well-being, is at the base, at the core of all the functioning. As we also say that the aim of education is what? Is building up the environment where the student emerges as a self-empowered person, not only in the cognitive aspect, not only through the knowledge of different disciplines, but also socio-emotionally well-rounded personality, well-rounded human beings, caring, altruistic human beings, who, after they have left the school, after they have left their school learning phase, they become more humane, responsible citizens. So, this kind of context, how do we prepare ourselves? The other part, as we saw, is that a lot of need is there when we are talking about the curriculum that has to come up, and the teaching learning materials. But fortunately, the new curriculum framework of school education, even the foundational stage, have given a lot of emphasis on the socio-emotional domain, and its nurturing of this domain through our transactions, through the curriculum, through the pedagogical practices in the school, and not keeping it as a separate standalone something that has to be done addition to the other learning domain. Next most important thing comes is preparing our teachers, strengthening the teachers' capacities for building up their competencies to highlight, to nurture the mental well-being among students. If I can just bring in the record over here that the NEP, the National Education Policy 2020, in its chapter 5, does focus on the role of the teacher to become not only a support system for creating a caring, supporting, and respecting environment for all students in the classroom, but also to focus on the socio-emotional development of the students while they are doing the pedagogy of their respective subjects. So therefore, for this, the students, the teachers will not be able to do it on their own. It will be required for them to learn the skills of doing this specifically, and therefore it requires that kind of a training. The SCRT's diets has to focus on such kind of inputs, not only in the pre-service but also in service, and it has to become an integral part of the teachers training at all the levels of functioning. Finally, the assessment and appraisal, which is the most important thing that guides all our activities in the school, unfortunately. But that is true unless and until our assessment and our appraisal involves and includes the socio-emotional aspects, the affective domains progress. All our efforts may not be as fruitful as it is expected. Therefore, the parameters of mental health and well-being of, which we can say as socio-emotional competencies, must become an integral part of the entire assessment. So the policy also talks about the holistic progress card, which includes the socio-emotional competencies. So ensuring that this happens and this gets implemented in our respective states, in our respective schools, is important. Also including these aspects in our teachers' appraisal. We are talking about mental health and well-being in terms of a more holistic, whole school approach, where all the stakeholders are equal
Excuse me.
members, ensuring mental health and well-being, not only of the students, but also of the other members.
Hello.
So,
Excuse me.
assessment of all of us is important. So, these are
Sushmita.
few of the reasons. We have ended, ma'am.
Because the next resource person is here and she has to leave for a meeting. So I thought we
Yeah,
can
I'm true.
continue
I'm
this
true.
after the session also. We can
No,
continue because
my deliberations are complete. If you can go to the next slide, it's a warm thank you.
okay.
Yeah. So that is from my side.
So Sushmita, thank you so much, and these actionables will really be discussed further in the next session, because we have before lunch one more session on planning activities. Thank you so much for throwing light on these very important aspects, the findings, and if you find time, you may please join the next session also, depending on I know you have lots of other things lining up. Thank you so much, Sushmita. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll try and join. Yeah.
I invite Professor Bhaswati Patnaik. She has been here with us for the past 1 hour. Ma'am, kindly come on here. Ma'am, you can speak from here. The slide will be there. Slide is there. You can sit here.
Shall I start? A very good afternoon. I think it's very good morning to everyone present over here and to all the dear esteemed participants to this workshop and esteemed director of this workshop, Professor Gorama, and thank you very much for inviting me to this workshop to share a few things about my understanding of strengthening the mental health and promoting well-being in school. As all of you are aware that positive psychology is coming a big way, and we are not thinking just about bringing children or the stakeholders of the school back to normal from a very negative side of the continuum like stress or any disorder, but we are thinking of in the positive side of the continuum, like how we can make the lives of the students and the stakeholders of the school more productive and more facilitating in terms of their overall satisfaction in life and optimal productivity in whatever they do. But as a social psychologist and as a student of organizational behavior, what I have actually experienced is that schools as a unit of organization has received very less attention as a organization compared to the say corporate or other institutions like say research organizations. Comparatively, yes, I can say that schools as the units of analysis have received very less attention so far as organizational effectiveness is concerned and organizational productivity is concerned. So it has received very less attention, and that is again a very disapproving thing in academics. What I have found is like most of the principles of organizations, like how the environment of the organization affects the well-being and affects the stress level, and how the structure of the organization affects the well-being of the teachers and other stakeholders, that has not been extensively researched till now. So what I feel is that maybe the concept of educational institutions and the role of a teacher per se is thought about as a ideal or an ideal service provider who will sacrifice most of her time and spirit in the well-being of the organization and well-being of the students. So that is what our perspective about schools are. Like the students should be maximally benefited and all other are the service providers. It is of course true, students are our customers, but yes, we should not forget the fact that it is the work of the teachers and their identity, their satisfaction, their well-being carries the one of the important contribution in the school life. So maybe the research has not focused much on educational institutions as an organizations. Maybe we have focused on students more and not on the teacher productivity or teacher well-being, or how to integrate the performance appraisal of the teachers into a system of well-being. So that is what precisely I'm going to talk about today. That is how schools can be the unit of analysis so far as organizational effectiveness is concerned and other related aspects. My first slide is work as a means of identity. Like all of us, we know that work is an important Adlerian style of life's concept, like how Adler has talked about work, sexuality, and the social life as the three most important aspect of anybody's identity. And work as an important aspect of identity has to be conceptualized in the life of a teacher. If the teacher identifies herself as a teacher and her role, then what we need to do is look at the school as an organization where the leadership, the stakeholders' welfare, and the customer satisfaction, that is the students, that has to be looked into as a systemic variable. Like I want to focus on systemic thinking and school as a system of an organization. So without thinking of a work system as a whole, we cannot empower the students, we cannot empower the stakeholders, and as a result of which the promotion of well-being in school is near to impossible, in my opinion. Schools as workplace, as I told you that it's less discussed comparatively in the context of OB, that is organizational behavior, employee performance in school, and the impact of organizational structure and environment have not received any attention. And educational institutions are all the more important because here we are actually producing the citizens of tomorrow, and they as organizations, they carry immense responsibility so far as the future of the nation is concerned. But yes, as organizations, we have not studied much like how the school environment are affecting the performance of the employee. First, we need to think of teachers as employee first. We have not thought of teachers as employees because primarily because teachers are thought to be ideal service providers who would sacrifice their life for the students. So that is what we need to remove from our mind. And next is the mental well-being of teachers, staffs, and students. Together we have to think of. And a happy teacher strives for students' happiness. And the concept of a teacher as a selfless service provider is not sustainable. So what we are thinking about is school as a sustainable organization of the future. That is not happening. It is like we have to think in a systemic fashion where the mental well-being and the stress is not just happening to the students, but to the all stakeholders, because they are all human beings first. So that is what we need to actually think about when we are promoting the optimal environment in schools. When we are thinking about a high performance work system, like any corporate house or anything, we are looking at two things, efficacy as well as well-being. So the question is how? The typical annual performance appraisal fails if it is just the efficacy that is expected from teachers and staff. So when we are just expecting just the efficacy or efficiency and productivity from the stakeholders, then we will fail as a high performance work system because we are not talking about the well-being of the other stakeholders. So the question is how? I have brought some kind of reference points for us to follow. What can be done so that well-being is fostered at each level of the organization? It is not just at the student point. Just I told you that the schools need to be sustainable, and we need to create human development centers and meaning factories where we learn and grow while pursuing our goals. So when we are talking about teachers per se, they are not meant for just student satisfaction. What I need to emphasize here is we as teachers, we have our own goals, we have our own identities, and we just need to learn and grow in the pursuit of our goals. So we need to create the human development centers in schools, and we need to also create meaning factories. Let me simplify to these 2 points, like how to create these human development centers. We have to think of teachers as human beings first, who are evolving across time as fully functional individuals. We are all abreast of the fact that Rogers therapy talks about making people fully functional. So we have to think of teachers as evolution of their own personality to a fully functional point. We have to create these human development centers in schools. And what do we mean by meaning factories? By meaning factories, we mean that we have to understand what the teachers mean when they talk about their occupation in schools. Are they just the serving points, or they are actually identifying with what they are doing? So the 5 factors like the job identity, the variety of skills, the task significance, feedback, autonomy, whatever are applicable to all the jobs across organization are all applicable in the school context as well. So we have to define their roles, and we also need to create the meaning, that is shared meaning in the school, that the meaning that the teachers have in their mind, we have to understand that what they expect and what is that they find the most significant meaning in their jobs. So all these leads to creating a human development centers, not just for the students, but we have to think as schools, as the organizational system where it is, everybody is pursuing their own goals apart from learning and also growing up with the institutions. So it is like everybody is growing with the organization, everybody is growing with the institutions, and it is not just the goal of the students that we are fulfilling. If we are not looking at that side of the aspect of the school, we are grossly mistaken that the promotion of well-being in school will happen automatically. Next is the what we can do for the process. This is one of the major point is the strength identification. Facilitating the reflection of who you are, what you do best, and what gifts you offer to the world for better engagement and well-being. These three questions are the core of strength identification. Let me just go back to the earlier times when we used to just find out the weakness or the weak point of the student to improvise on. Like we needed to identify the what the student is lacking, where her weaknesses are, so that we can tutor her and intervene and so that she can prosper. But this is a different approach, like the strength identification. Like what we can do for identifying what the student is good at, so that the student can actually optimize her capacities and capitalize on those points so that he can get better confidence, he or she can get better confidence. So this strength identification is already followed in the organizations abroad. While I talk about the cleft strength, like in the next slide, I'm talking about that. But this strength identification is something that we need to work on the teachers. That is, the teachers and the students, they must undergo this process of strength identification where they know their strength that they can capitalize on and also make the improvisation that is needed for the effectiveness. So this is what I am talking about, the Clifton strength, a case in point. As all of us know that the Clifton strength is something that is developed by the Gallup organization, which provides a report that gives the students the confidence, clarity, empowerment and self-awareness they need to succeed in school and in life. We need to do that for teachers as well. And research shows that working with others and work engagement are known to be facilitated by 23% with strength-based assessment. This is already available, this student assessment, which provides a report to the students as to what they are good at. The top 5 abilities, they get a report so that the students can capitalize, gain confidence, gain clarity, so that how they need to succeed in school and life. And I just need to focus here that what is the focus of positive psychology basically? It is about focusing on your strength. So this strength identification is a case in point where we can actually include all the students and teachers who can prosper by capitalizing on their strength and moving on confidently. I'm not just talking about what they are bad at, what are their weaknesses, and how they can improve on those weak points. It is a past actually, it is already past. But what they are good at, they need to know and be confident while marching forward. The next point is the leadership. I want to focus on the principals like the chief executive officers, CEOs. They are asked to look at human resources as assets and human resources. And they must reflect the cultural sensitivity for diversity and inclusiveness, and they must capitalize on uniqueness. Like all principals of all institutions, the school principals, the school heads, they need to look at the stakeholders as human resources and assets who can actually contribute to the school betterment. They must embrace the diversity and must embrace the inclusiveness, and they must capitalize on the uniqueness, the unique talent and the unique capacities of their stakeholders by identification of their strength. So the leadership also needs overhauling, because if we just the counselors will focus on the well-being of the students, it is not systemic at all. The entire organization must think alike if we talk about promotion of well-being in schools. So leadership has to play a very, very important role in embracing diversity, embracing inclusiveness, and also looking at the school teachers and the staffs as the assets and the resources. And yes, capitalizing on the uniqueness. Suppose one is very good at singing, the particular teacher, or one is very good at any extracurricular, those resources have to be harnessed for the betterment of the institution as a whole, not just students. This is again another point that I wanted to stress upon is the thinking again. We are all stuck up with the theories that we already have, but we have to start as if we were starting from scratch. For the study of existing school structure, environment and culture, and strengthening the areas that infuses renewed sense of well-being. So I would suggest that everyone who is a part of the school must think again as if we know nothing, by making our heads zero. No hypothesis, no presuppositions. So this is a borrowing from Adam Grant, whose recent book has hit the stores, who has actually talked about how we can think again as if no theories exist and we are starting from scratch. So we have to look at each school for its own uniqueness and find out the strength and weakness and devise certain well-being according to the local norms. And we cannot sit at the top and talk about school well-being who is at the grassroots. So every school must think again as if no existing theories are there, and they have to look at the local norms for doing so. So this is again a broad term, but yes, we need to do that. We just don't need to be clouded with the existing theories and presuppositions before starting the well-being. We have to look at each of the unique characteristics of the school and the stakeholders before taking any step forward. This is again building careers with schools. Schools will have to rebuild themselves into organizations where employees aim to build their careers with and not as a stepping stone. Schools have to be thought of as teachers making a career with the schools, long-term careers which fulfills their aspirations. Only when the commitment for the well-being of the students will come, because until and unless their well-being is taken care of, we cannot think of the customer satisfaction, that is the students' happiness. So we have to build the schools with such a policy that the employees identify with the organization and think of their entire career with the schools, not as a stepping stone. This is a very long-term impact that the schools need to make upon themselves. And because I have a meeting, I have to hurry up. So this is the systems thinking approach that I wanted to highlight in this workshop, that we have to be very, very systemic in our thinking, while the system as a whole has to be promoted for well-being promotion or well-being strengthening endeavors. So that is the system thinking approach, as we are all aware in the family therapy, which is based on systems thinking. We are not counseling the client herself. It is the family, the social, ecological kind of therapy that we are making in the family. Similarly, the schools need to be thought of as a system which the well-being has to be promoted at all levels of activities and not just at the student level. So mental health and the well-being, it is a systemic thing and as an organizational entity and not just as a student thinking. So as an this is my last slide, but I just forgot to add while I was talking about this systemic thinking. I just thought about the happiness curriculum. As all of us know that it is adopted by some of the CBSE schools in Delhi. That is Dr. Sisodia, when he was the HRD minister, and he was instrumental in transforming the curriculum of the CBSE schools in Delhi by adding the happiness curriculum. So this happiness curriculum is a part of the syllabus where the students actually go through what is happiness. And when the students and teachers, they collaborate in learning what is happiness, it is of course a consciousness of what is desirable. So he said that, Sisodia said that we are not making engineers, doctors or professionals out of our students. What we are making is happy citizens for the future, responsible citizens for the future, honest citizens for the future. So what we need to actually reflect upon is what is happiness all about. So a consciousness of a concept is the counter aspect of one's control over it, according to Vygotsky, as all of us know, that once we are conscious of an activity, once we are conscious of a process, we will definitely have a control over it. So happiness curriculum is already part of the school curriculum in Delhi schools, some of the CBSE schools. I don't know what happened to other parts of the country, but yes, if the teachers, they teach happiness, and if the students know what is happiness is all about, it will definitely go a long way in what Sushmita ma'am in the earlier presentation talked about, self-responsibility in creating well-being. So that will definitely be fostered. So that is what I wanted to talk about in this very brief presentation. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Ma'am, it was such a focused talk, and we really got a new idea of considering school as an organization and creating that organizational climate, and especially this idea of setting up of a human development center and having meaning factories where each of us think about finding meaning to our role, responsibility, our each activity. I think these we really have to start. I'm sure the leaders here, the school administrators here have will think about these things, and we have another session where the participants will reflect upon all these sessions and then come out with their plan for their school. Ma'am, your session will really be helping us in creating a happy school.
Thank you.
And I think you have really touched upon the need. Since yesterday there were some questions about the
yes, I am happy to take any questions or any
at least one or two questions. I think we should serve tea, and along with tea they will ask questions. She has already given. Ma'am, with your permission, we'll give to the participants. Yes, this was very crisp, very specific, and we will, yeah.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, actually I am speaking from Bhavani Patna, Kalahandi. Bhaswati ma'am, really this was a very nice session you have given. Ma'am, regarding this happiness curriculum, how we can actually implement it in our school system, though we are talking of this, shall we devote some period for that, or ma'am, can you speak on this slide? Actually, I am in Kendriya Vidyalaya. I am the principal of this Kendriya Vidyalaya, Bhavani Patna.
Thank you for this question, sir. Actually, this happiness curriculum is part of the CBSE schools in Delhi. In some schools, it was included during the times of Dr. Sisodia. But I don't know how it has stopped, or whether it has already been there in other parts of the country or not. But what I want to say is happiness curriculum is a 2-credit course in even UG curriculum of several Delhi colleges coming under the Delhi University, and also it's a part of the curriculum of many colleges under Delhi University. But for the schools, yes, I don't know the mechanism, but if we can all try to talk about a curriculum of 2 credits, like we have PT classes or physical education classes, or we have something like the counselors do a session with the schools. So there are ways the principals can think about. It is it cannot be a credit course, but it can also be there as a part of mental health awareness. So I don't have this experience of working in schools, so I cannot pinpoint the methodology of integrating it into the curriculum. But yes, the principals can definitely make it even if not compulsory, but yes, a course on if the counselors can actually take up in schools. In the absence of counselors, we can have the life skills teachers. Like we have certain teachers who have been assigned to teach the adolescents life skills, isn't it? I think it is there in almost all schools. So I think happiness curriculum can definitely be part of it.
Ma'am, it's a very nice idea actually. We are doing partially, but we'll be implementing it, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am, this is from Andaman Nicobar Islands.
Hello.
Can you hear?
Yes, sir. Please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, if you put some some insights or roadmap or action plan for the whatever you told now, what are the action plan for diets, the responsibilities, the insight? What should be that roadmap or action plan for diets?
Okay, so I am not specifying for any particular organization, but in summing up my presentation, I would like to say that the leadership, that is, I told about the principles, or the principles for the actionable points are, of course, looking at teachers and staffs as human resources and not as selfless providers. And they are here, of course, they take salary for that. But giving salary doesn't end the story there. The story starts from there, actually. So what I need to emphasize is that the human resources or the employees, they need the job satisfaction. Their well-being is the primary concern for the leadership. Unless and until the productivity of the only the productivity of the teachers is considered in the performance appraisal and not their well-being, we are not giving justice to their our own employees. So the teachers have to be seen or looked at as human resources first. The resources who are who are the sit or who are the core of where your intellectual pursuits are carried on in the schools. They are the resources upon whose responsibility the entire happiness of the students rests. So, how to enhance their well-being first? We have to think of that way. Teachers, it is boiling down through the teachers to the students. But the leadership has to look into the human resources, that is both the staffs and the teachers. How we can identify their strength and how we can ensure their well-being with certain, say, a simple appreciation can go a long way. That is the best teacher award or for the year, or the teacher who is serving the most. So any, not just award, a certification of their appreciation of their activities, or a meeting which instills a kind of commitment to go ahead. So the leadership can actually do both the concrete and an abstract way. It is not just money or it is not just the award, but even just a tap on the back of a teacher also carries a lot of meaning. So what I'm saying is, when we are talking about students' prizes or students' appreciation, the same reinforcement principles applies to the teachers as well. So the leadership has to orient itself to look at the employees who are the teachers as human resources. So teachers are not servers, but they are the employees. So that is what we need to look at. So it is not the efficacy that we are expecting, it is the happiness, and their well-being also is a priority with the leadership. That is what I wanted to emphasize. So the actionable points are many. Yes, if we talk about organizations, there are many kind of reward system that is applicable to the corporates. We have to make our schools as high performance work system by adopting several reinforcement principles as well. We can. There are several principles. For example, if you talk about just the salary and promotion, they are quite very old principles. If you look at the new principles, then the awards of excellence and appreciation, then we have to look at the just promotion after a period of time is applicable to all, but we have to have a cafeteria plan where the individual contribution of the teachers are appreciated, and it is not the everybody, it is applicable to everyone. That is, one who is a non-performer is also equal to the performer. So it is the individual recognition that every teacher wants. So it is so that is what it's a human psychology applicable to all teachers. So time permitting, I could have elaborated. Yes, there are ways. But yes, as principals, as the CEOs, as the heads, we have to embrace the diversity that I pointed out. Diversity means we should not hesitate to include as many diverse human resources into our schools. Like, we should not be just focused on male teachers, female teachers, or people from a certain background are appreciated. No, its time has come to embrace diversity and make the school more inclusive and in terms of their talents. So we kind of close our mind to look at teachers as homogeneous populations. We have to think of them as, as diversity expands in the organization, then the pool of talents and skills is also diverse. School can be more happening if we recruit diversity, or if we recruit or select a diverse population to our schools. So there are ways from selection to many other policies are there. Mostly the HRM policies that you have to apply in schools. That is, I have actually pointed this out to the authors of many organizational behavior books, that why we always need to study organizations as corporates as units of analysis, and why not colleges and schools as if they are not service providers. So we need to think in a more broad way to make the schools more sustainable. We just cannot think of just students and students alone. That is what my point was.
We should think beyond the box. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Madam, I am Dr. Kaurav from this RI Bhubaneswar, medical officer. Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Madam, I just want to, for the participants, actually I want to say what are the parameters that we can have for assessment of happiness of both students and teacher, how to measure that tangibly and appropriately. Because this is a feeling that one cannot express the feeling, but we should have certain parameters which we can record, and that should be impartial. So I think some of the teachers may like it, may need to know about this, because you have raised very pertinent questions, you have raised very pertinent points also.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I think some of the teachers and leaders, school leaders may need to know about this, to measure the happiness of both the students and teachers as well.
Yes, yes.
Sir, there are scales, there are standardized scales for measurement of happiness. So the scales can be used, but as all of us know that happiness is something, it's a state of mind, and it is not universally applicable across time. Like, one is happy at the moment, next time one is not. So it is a state of happiness, is a state, and it is a very fleeting experience. It is not a permanent one. But if we're talking about well-being and happiness, yes, there are other operational definitions. But so far as assessment is concerned, what you are saying is the scales are available for the teachers and the students that we can implement. But I would rather say that happiness, when it is discussed as a curriculum, what it is and what are the ways to achieve it, that is more proactive rather than just assessing what is the level of happiness that the students and teachers are having now. So, but what you have said is assessment, I think, is the strength assessment, if we can do it. Like I talked about Clifton assessment, I talked about now. Clifton strength, I talked about in one of the slides. That Clifton strength is something which we can give the students for assessment and plan out a report of what are their top 5 strengths that they can build on. So in terms of assessment, I think strength assessment is more pertinent than happiness assessment. And discussing what is happiness is a better way for strengthening happiness in the institution. But yes, if you
Yes,
want
yes.
assessment is there. The scales are available in
Yes,
the.
that I am telling. This assessment, it is not only one time, over a period of time, over the same students when continuing their education, and as a whole, say a class or a group like that.
Yes, sir. Qualitative assessment you are saying.
Yes,
Yes, sir. That is a
and
very
also
good
the
idea.
quantity, because if we take all the students into account, all the teachers into account,
Yes,
so
sir.
quality and quantity both are important
Yes, sir.
to improve the both the curriculum, the performance, and the development also. And
Yes,
when
sir.
it relates to the mental well-being of students, it is very much essential.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Qualitative analysis will throw more light on what they think is happiness and what is their criteria of happiness. Uh, Qualitative analysis will be much better than quantitative, and both if we mix, then it will give better indices definitely.
Yes, that will help the school leaders or the principals or where administrators to implement what actions they can take so that this will improve over time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. It
Thank you,
was a
sir.
very nice talk. I heard it very nice.
Thank
I
you, sir.
saw it, and the slides were very nice. And
Thank
this
you,
is
sir.
actually a topic which need to be shared by all the teachers and everyone. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure participants may have few more questions, but ma'am has to leave now for some other engagement. So shall we close this session for now and take 10 minutes break for tea and then come back again? Ma'am, on behalf of all the participants and on our gratitude, the RIE gratitude, we just want to express with our gesture of presenting this to you, ma'am. We are highly benefited by your presence. Wish we had more of you. The snacks. Ma'am, you just have some snacks, and one more thing. That was too less for you. मुझे one day, अभिजीत, hope all of you had your tea break and you're back eagerly for the next session. We have Dr. Sashwati Jana here with us, and Vimala Robbie is there. She has joined online. Welcome, Vimala. She has been here, though she was not speaking in between. She was waiting for her turn like a good school student.
I think all of us teachers and counselors, make the best students to begin with.
That should be. Okay, Vimala, welcome. We are very happy that you could.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Be here, and you are helping us in creating this school well-being along with the participants here. So once again, yesterday we did welcome Sashwati, and we are welcoming her again for today. And I'll hand over the session to Sashwati and Vimala, and this will continue into the next session, discussion on specific issues and concern. And Mr. A.N. Ramchandra, I'm sure he is also there online. Otherwise, he might join little later, but he will also be there to address on these specific issues and concerns after the presentation by Vimala and Sashwati. Sashwati, you can plan your session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for starting and giving the opportunity to start a new day with some topics which are quite affecting us, as well as it is bothering us, that how we can go with it. So in today's session, me and Bimla ma'am will be sharing our opinions and viewpoints, and we will take the questions also after both the sessions are completing. So, Bimla ma'am, I am starting the session right now.
That's nice.
Okay, so as we are seeing, our today's topic of discussion is teachers as first level counselors, identification and support of mental health concerns. So the first thing I would like to say that based on yesterday's discussion, I have taken 3 questions and 3 issues that we are supposed to discuss, and what I am trying to cover in the whole presentation, that I am just summarizing over here. That the importance of mental health, we will discuss with the right understanding of the perspective, along with we can say the realization of the rational aspect of mental health. Along with that, how dialogues on mental health can enhance and improve the prevailing condition. In which situation we are right now, is it going to help us with discussion or through dialogue? Then it will create a base, and we can say the rationality, or we can say the readiness among the mental health professionals or the teachers, that how to go ahead with it. Then we will shift to the classroom and to our students, and how students are actually taken care of, along with our way of interacting with them, the way we are looking at our students and their mental health and well-being. So this will be the whole schedule or the points we are going to cover. So no, I have to go to the slide. Okay. So before that, we need to understand that before starting our concept of mental health, I would like to start with some reflections that we are usually using in our day-to-day life. So the basic point is that if we are talking about wishing, we normally, I have just put this slide for you. This is a very common scenario. We all know that every day morning we are exchanging this kind of wishes to our friends, family, And there are certain lines written over here. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. And these thoughts, I would like to say that whenever we are seeing it, we feel good. But after, I hope one mic is on. Ah. Okay. So whenever we are talking about that, these messages, it can be interactive also. How long you are in this mood? If we are seeing some good morning messages through our phones or social media or WhatsApp, are we in this mood for the whole day? For how long? Basically, for how much time we need to be in this good mood?
For a minute when we see the message.
Maximum 1 minute. Okay. Now I would like to just jump. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Maximum 1 minute, 60 seconds. I'm saying that we can go with this flow, but still we are forwarding these messages to our family and friends. Next, I would like to ask one simple question, that whenever we are asking each other, how are you? The questioner, what they are expecting, the answer. If I am asking, how are you? Fine. And we are ready to move. I am asking you the question, immediately also I am ready to move, that it is expected that you will say fine. Am I right? And if we are saying, I am not fine, how many of us will stand and listen to the person?
It is a difficult condition.
That is the best part. Otherwise, what happens, if someone is saying, I am not fine, then we are saying, why did I ask that question? Because it is going to take another 10-15 minutes. As you are saying, sir, that is a very nice gesture, and this has to be the primary concern. But I am talking about the majority, how we are actually doing the things. And now I am coming to another, we can say, scenario, that whenever we are traveling through flight, we are waiting to board in a queue. Yes or no? And the queue is a long one. We always promote to stand in a queue in those things where our turn is making a difference. But can the flight go without you? If you are waiting there, we also can sit in the chairs also, and we can also board. But no, we will follow the rules. My point of discussion over here is that many a times we are very confident about our activities, but if you will analyze them, we are actually following the majority of the activities what others are doing to be included. And this is the condition where we are talking about this following others without rationalizing the cause. And this is the first point when we are going to talk about mental health issues. And when we are talking about mental health issues, this is not, it is not working. This is not going to help you in a proper way as we are planning to go ahead with it. Why? Because many a times we do not have the proper way of looking at those issues in the right perspective, because we haven't tried to understand that. We are following it as everyone is following this, and this is basically going to affect in a negative way. So this one. Now with this reflection, actually I would like to look at you, because in this way, that will be better, because I want to look at people. I just cannot. Shall I go there? Okay, thank you. That mic is on. I guess this is is the better way, because I need facial expressions and I cannot, I'm not able to see you all. So now we will talk about the next content that we are discussing, that is how. Okay. So whenever we are asking someone, how are you? We are ready with I'm fine. If I will ask it, who are you? Then how will we define ourselves? That this and this is the name, I guess. This much, but do or anything else we define. While, for example, someone is saying introduce yourself. So basically we are talking about our name.
Depends on the situation where we are introducing ourselves.
Yes, this is the basic point, that where we are. If we are in a professional setup, basically our focus will be our name, our designation, or our academic achievement, our academic qualification, and what we are supposed to do over here. If we are in a social gathering, are we going to do the same thing? Me so and so working there, what we normally do? We belongs to which place? Yes, name, place, the social concern. Why I am saying these differences? Because whenever we are in a professional setup, normally we are focusing basically on our profession and our academic life, job and academic, nothing more. And when we are in a social structure, we are focusing more on our social life and relations. But however, have we thought about ourselves, that are we just these two definitions? We are something more. Yes, but where we are getting that opportunity to explain ourselves? When last time you all have explained yourself that you are so and so? No, that is the academic point. No? You have explained yourself as the name along with a designation, or anything else you have explained? Okay, but is it related to a job life? That's what I'm saying. Are we only job? Are we only social structure, or we are something else? For example, we are a 100% pie chart. We are talking about 30% academic, 30% job, 30% social. What about 10? I am talking about 10, but we can also improve that percentage. It is not 10. Actually, this is 50%. The rest are 50%, but we are completely ignoring the 50%. Who are we? Can we realize this aspect? Or it is not required? We are happy with this. It is required. But why I am saying mental health, we need to understand in the perspective of the real understanding, because we have never tried to explain ourselves in these lenses. We are competent, as I was saying, we are happy that how everyone is doing, we are also doing in the same way. If you are in a professional field, we used to say ourselves or focus ourselves in the particular way. If in a social, in a particular way, but rest of the personality we are least bothered about. So that is our main focus, where I would like to say this can be the three things, as you all have said. In these three dimensions only we are showcasing ourselves. Professionally, my name, designation, and achievement. And achievement, if it is big achievement, then I will definitely tell it over here. Without telling my achievement, I will not pass, because I have to showcase it. Second is my qualification and academic or any other achievement you have done. Last, in the social structure, what we normally do? Who are we? And we never explain ourselves, who am I? Always in relation to son or daughter of someone, wife of someone, husband of someone, or property assets. I own this one. These are the structures. But whenever we are talking about these things, we are majorly ignoring the basic possibilities of human life, which we supposed to do as humans. And that aspect is completely ignored. Completely ignored. And these are the things. These are some of the 20, I found the 20 questions, but it can be many more. Whenever we are asking about these questions, are we really thinking of who are you means I must answer all these things. But very quickly we are saying, I am so and so, my designation is this, and I want to be like this, or I own this property. But this is not the way. Are we doing this? In which act I am good? I have never thought of. As in the previous lecture, Bhashwati madam was saying that we have to understand the strengths, but hardly we have understood our strengths, but we are very much reminded repeatedly about our weaknesses. 1,000 times we will be reminded by our weaknesses, but forget about strengths. And there, don't we think that we are having some mental health issues? And it is completely being ignored by all of us. And it is not the problem or difficulty of one person. It is actually the systemic fault. And we have never tried to discuss these things with our students or with our children or with ourselves right now also. So that is why I said that if we are just behaviorally, we want to discuss certain issues on mental health, it is never ever going to help us. First thing is that as you are the heads, we all need to understand where we are lacking. What are the points we have ignored? So here we can say, as these 20 questions, there are many more questions we need to know about ourselves. And there we can come to one concluding line, that we are the possibilities which are unexplored. Can we accept unanimously this line? We are having immense possibilities hidden within us, but we have not tapped till now. And one research study was being in Harvard someday. They are saying above 40 and 50. We are talking that our life is going to finish. We will die. But basically they are saying that the most productive years are 40 to 50 because you have experience, you have education, all the 3 dimensions we have discussed. We have that with us, then we can prosper in a different way. And that is the true signs of strong mental health. And whenever we are lacking with these points, we just cannot say, and somewhere we are just juggling that are we in the right state of mind or not. And this regarding this mental health and the connotations and the terminologies also I will clarify over here, because many times we use them interchangeably, but these are not the right way to use them. So basically this is all about us. Mind self-awareness. Self-awareness sounds very philosophical, but we will not go in that way. It is very concrete. Am I ready to understand my strengths and my weaknesses? Am I ready to understand my flaws? Am I ready to understand my beliefs? As we are discussing, we are not ready to understand our emotions. So everything is over here. Feelings, likes, dislikes, my values, my characters. These are so many things to explain, but I have no clue what I have. So now we can, before talking about mental health, first thing we can go with this, that let's take a pause and let's first understand ourselves without having any lens. Very clear and concrete and impartial lens has to be here to understand myself. And that self-understanding gives you a very better perspective to look at life, to look at society. This is one perspective of mine. I hope it is acceptable to you. Wherever there is any dilemma, we can go for question answer sessions. Yes, this is the 3 basic ways we can go. How I am feeling or what I am feeling, what I am thinking and what I am doing. If these 3 things are in sync, in a balanced way, then I may get to have a very strong mental health balance in my way, along with I can provide it to others. But what is happening, what I am feeling and what I am thinking is completely different and having a long gap between what I am doing. Our deeds and our thoughts have a complete mismatch. What we believe, we are not allowed to do. What we do, we are not allowed to feel. What we feel they are stopping us not to say, not to do, not to perform. So there is a complete mismatch. So here you may ask me again some systemic questions, how we can balance. Yes, but the first thing is that you can balance it after knowing yourself. This is not something that anyone else will tell you how to balance. We are the best judge of our life. We have to take a charge. What is happening now? We are giving our charge to someone else. You decide for me what to do. I will decide for me what to do, not anyone else. But yes, suddenly a drastic change may not be there, but it will take time. But the understanding level has to be there that yes, there is a difference. There can be a difference, and difference is prevailing. So now I am coming to mental health. Whenever we are talking about mental health, with this understanding, we will jump to the understanding of mental health. Because the point is, if you are not giving the proper respect as well as proper understanding to yourself first, then it is very difficult to expect the same thing and to contribute the same thing to others and from others. You just cannot do that. It is just like your first आप अपना ऑक्सीजन मास्क पहनिए, बाद में दूसरों को पहनाइए. हम क्या करते हैं ना, we are forgetting about our oxygen mask, we are running after others oxygen mask, and we are going to do a hazardous condition, or we are entering into a hazardous condition. Now I am coming to the statistics. Statistics part will tell you how unhappy the situation is. First thing is that 150 million in our country, they need, and these statistics you will get, it is actually documented. So National Mental Health Survey 15-16, I am not talking about post-pandemic, it is 15-16, and they are saying 150 million people are across India in need of mental health care. But how many of us, we are accepting the fact? We will talk about the stigma, and you will find that how funnily we are reacting to these situations. And then the survey, 10.6% people, they are actually in dying state to get the mental health help. But we are least concerned about them. We have no idea how things are going on. And 70% of people are unable to get the help. They don't know what to do, where to go, whom to consult, and how to proceed. And this is the way that 14% of Indian population require active mental health. These are the things, but I would like to say the third point, that 56 million Indians are suffering from depression. And depression is the common term used by all of us. But it is the clinical depression they are talking about, the clinical depression. And anxiety, 38 million. But, and 2021 data is saying 450 suicide deaths. And if we are talking about global rating, India is the highest one, 10.6. Others, America is also having 7, but we are having 10.6 per day. So 1 out of 3 Indians suffer from depression. This is the similar way. And now this is the some eyebrow or eye-raising point of view, that 1.53 lakh suicide were in 2020. And 1.49 lakh death in coronavirus. And we are concerned about, and this death, and this is NCRB data, and this death is not sudden. It was there, as I was saying, that it was started reported. But at this point of time, it is just like road accidents are there. We are not controlling the speed. We are checking the helmet. It is just going in that way. If coronavirus was less fatal than our suicidal death, then what we are searching for and for what we are waiting for? This is the way that mental health is affecting us. And these are the points we can say, that no matter how developed we are, no matter how materialistically sound we are, technologically high we are, some way or other we are not happy. We are not satisfied. We are frustrated within ourselves, and sometimes we feel as if we are helpless. And these are the feelings where we need to take care of our mental health first. But whenever we are talking about mental health is always being accepted as some adjunct content. Our main content is our life. Mental health is something that we will look after in some free time. If we are or our head is broken or our leg is broken, immediately we are searching for a doctor. But if my mind is not in a proper or right state of balanced way, where I am going? Am I really searching for anyone? And if not, then it is affecting us. As sir was saying, it is affecting our teachers. I said, why teachers? It is affecting everyone. Mental health issues are there with everyone. Point is, are we really acknowledging it, or we are completely giving it some adjunct content? And normally we are dealing with it as adjunct content. Understanding of the mental health issues is completely depending on the understanding of your perspective. If it is not done, then strategies, I may give you 50 strategies, but it is just like our good morning message. 1 minute, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, then we are going to forget, we are not going to see it away. One day, time is gone, workshop is gone, everything is finished. But whenever we are coming back from this workshop, at least we should keep it in our mind that in our cognitive level, we are very clear that this is the required interest of my life. If I am not, it is so pertinent, it is so important, I cannot live without this aspect. If living is just having food and sleeping and just going to work, then this is not the life of a human being. It is something that we are lacking somewhere else, and we are blaming ourselves, or we are claiming ourselves the most intelligent species, but are we behaving in that way? And why can't we take mental health as the prominent and promising and the most important aspect of our life? Till we are not accepting it, it is going to be very behavioral. Cognitive level पे आपको सोचना पड़ेगा. You have to think in that way. That is why I am asking another question. Who was your childhood without being compared to none? I guess भाई बहन के साथ कंपैरिजन. शर्मा जी तो यूनानिमस प्रोटोटाइप हमारे हमेशा. And who has ever said us that you as an individual are the best? Not even in our family. Nobody says. Nobody says. Till the time of your birth, we will decide what you are supposed to do. बच्चा तो पैदा होते ही ये बोलते हैं ना कि उसको एडमिशन दिलाएंगे कहाँ, साइंस पढ़ेगा, डॉक्टर बनेगा. But have we ever thought about these aspects, that this comparison is actually the baseline or starting point of hammering on our mental health issues? So as parents, as adults, let us make a place that we are not going to do this to our next generation. And this should be the beginning of mental health issues as we are discussing. Because otherwise it is not going to help anyway, because always you are being compared with someone else where you do not have the control. Normally. And the worst part is that physical body shaming comparisons are there. Regarding your skin color, regarding your height, your weight, hair, everything will be compared. Along with, and as you grow, academic achievement, job qualification, pay package, promotion, materialistic gain. The 3 criteria we have done. You are only being seen through these 3 lenses. As we say, we are much beyond that. So, if we are being compared, our attitude should be, we don't bother. We don't care. Those who are keep on comparing, let them do that. Because they are going in a flawful or faulty way of comparison or faulty way of looking at life. Life is not just these 3 things. Life is something more or something beyond this. So, and this is actually the we can say the again. खत्म आई गेस ठीक है चला गया आई गेस So this is the three, we can say, as you are asking about strategies, we cannot say strategies. These are the beliefs. As we are talking about awareness, we can talk about these beliefs. First thing is that we have to love ourselves as we are. And how many of us love ourselves? We love others. Love ourselves is the first criteria, because in our system it is being told to us that you have to be selfless, you have to live for others. Again, oxygen mask, I have to live first, then I have to live for others. If I am not competent, if I am not in a calm and composed way, how can I come here? Yesterday itself also, as I was not well, I cannot come to you for the first session. If I say no, I have committed, so I will go. This makes a difference, and that decision has to be taken by the person himself, not by others. What to choose and what not to choose, I have to take a call. It is not everyone that they are going to take a call. So with this, whenever we are talking about love yourself, you may ask me, how can I love myself? Is there any strategy that I can love myself? How? How we all can love ourselves?
By doing the things which give us pleasure.
Yes, by doing, and best part is by respecting ourselves. The last line I have said. If I am respecting myself, I am loving myself. And many a times we disrespect ourselves. And that happens many a times in social as well as professional field. हम जो बोलते हैं ना कि let me adjust, that is actually the starting point of disrespecting yourself. Let others go, I will stand beside or behind. That is the first point. Are you happy at that point of time? If not, then you are disrespecting yourself. Now it is point that you have to identify, am I disrespectful towards myself? Then I will think about others. If I am respecting my individuality, then one person cannot disrespect others. Because same time you will get my idea that how can you do that? Is it really going to affect the person in a emotional way? If it is affecting them emotionally, then we are not supposed to do these aspects. And accept myself as I am. And this is the, we can say, one-line solution for prolonged comparison. I am accepting myself as I am. If you have any problem, you change your perspective. This is not my perspective. And that assertiveness and that stubbornness, we have to assert or affirm ourselves that we shouldn't fumble. If some kind of situation is coming, that training should be in the beginning. From the very childhood it should be. If we are ready with this, then obviously we will impact the same thing in our school and in our students. Very quickly we tag our students. Very quickly we blame our students. Once we are accepting these things, then we will take a pause. Am I supposed to do this or not? And the whole idea of this is we have to lead our life or right to life with dignity. And this is not that I am saying as a psychologist or psychology professional. This is our birthright as it is a constitutional right. It is in our Indian constitution ensuring the dignity of the individual. And here with all diversity, we have to understand that one thing is common in our country, because there is lots of diversity, but common thing is that our constitution. We have to follow this with a strong way to believe in this. So the right to life with dignity is the criteria, or this is the baseline where we jump for mental health and providing mental health services. So till now, when I was saying, it is a twofold session, because first one is that we have to be mentally ready for talking about mental health. And once we are ready, then we will go for strategy. But if you are cognitively imbalanced, not convinced, then strategies are not going to happen, not going to work, because you will follow strategies as good morning messages. we have to understand these strategies if we believe in them. And if we believe in them, then only we can implement them. Otherwise, it is very difficult without believing, implementing and executing, as we all know. When we are unhappy in our work life, why? Because we don't believe in certain things, but we are executing and performing. Now, I guess we can have a link. If you don't believe or you're not convinced and you are forced to do certain things, it is very unhappy, very painful. So if I believe, I will playfully do this. If I don't believe, then forcibly I am doing this. And that is the first or hammering on our mental health issues. So I guess till now we have clarity, or if you have questions, then you just write down. So end of the session we will take. And this is the one. We are not above someone, we are not beneath someone. We are as we are. That thing we have to repeatedly tell ourselves, because it sounds easy, but it is really very difficult while you are practicing in the society. I am what, because this is the field where you have to fight against yourself. And this is the field where you will unlearn everything what you have till now learned. It sounds funny that what I am trying to tell you, but it is really, really required to fight with yourself. And it is a long-term training. Then only we can talk about mental health issues. Because we have learned many things as per custom, as per social, as per culture, but now we are discussing about as per my right to life with dignity. First, I will lead my life with dignity, then I'll render the dignity and the respect to others, which is my right, because the Constitution is giving me that right. So, just like our voting right, it is ensuring our right to life with dignity, ensuring the dignity of the individual. So, you are like yourself and you are unique. If we are repeatedly telling someone that you are so unique, हम लोग बोलते हैं लाखों में एक. Actually, as per logical point of view, there is none like you. Nobody can be like you. Scientifically also, it is proven that there cannot be anyone like you. So, already you are so unique in yourself. So, what is the harm in accepting that? हम कहीं ना कहीं दब क्यों जाते हैं? नहीं नहीं वो मेरे से अच्छा है. You are different in your own way and the other person is different in their way. So it is our point that whether we should accept it or not. And if we are assertively telling ourselves, affirming ourselves, then it is not that difficult to accept it. You are unique and you are not at the mercy of achievements. ये भी एक बड़ा point है, because we always discuss success in terms of your achievements, property, pay package, how you are. Nobody discusses how happy you are. And we have a misconfusion, or confusion we can say, that one person can be happy with lots of materialistic gain. Yes, materialistic gains are required to fulfill up to a certain extent. But what about, there are otherwise, if this is the thing, then clinical depression shouldn't be in high rank people. High socioeconomic status must be mentally healthy. But there is no such study till date. Because mental health issues are affecting, and it can go on affecting without having any discrimination. It can affect the poor, it can affect the rich as well. So we have to talk about that. Then the last one is that you have to be accountable and responsible about your deeds.
खुद बना ले, डेट भी डिसाइड कर ले. ऐसा नहीं जितना हमारा बोर्ड का हो ना कोई दूसरा अपना इंटरनल है.
कोई एग्जामिनेशन वाला ऑर्डर करा देंगे, कुछ भी नहीं है. प्राइमरी में भी नहीं है वो चीजें, प्राइमरी एग्जाम के बाद.
ये जा नहीं रहा है, आगे पीछे नहीं हो रहा है. Okay, let me do it. Yes. So with that base, I'm just stopping here. Shall we move to the other aspect of the presentation, or we have some questions, or we will talk at the end? So, is it becoming too long? Okay, 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 okay. And then we have to evaluate the following statements from our lens. Till now, we have discussed about the whole scenario of mental health as we are doing as human beings. Now it is our turn. Nobody is going to direct you what do you think about this. The first statement, mental health sessions are not for me. Do we agree? Okay. I have, yes, and I have no problems regarding mental health in my life. I'm happy. That means, then the second one. Third one, I'm not supposed to have any problem regarding my mental health in future too. And this is, I have taken from one of the survey I have done. One of the faculty members, he said, I do not require any mental health issues or any mental health help in future too. How predictable we all are. No, I don't want to go into that concept again. This is so controversial. And the last one, it is very nice to us. Am I insane? Why should I go? As we say. But after discussing of the importance of mental health, are we going to change this from no to yes? Or it is still a no? All the 4 lines. We should go beyond from we need or we should. Are we? We are ready to do.
Yes,
Are we?
We are. We need.
We need it.
Yes.
Because from your narrative itself, it shares your force.
Yes.
How convinced you are. If we do not need this, then still, and I cannot say that in one go it will happen. For last 18 years, I am doing this. Are you convinced? People are saying no. Then again we are there to convince. Because this is something, I have to tell them that you have a heart, and heart is a very primary organ of your body, that you should tell me or I should tell you. And similar way, mental health is the heart of your whole body. If it is not working properly and if it is not competent enough, then how can I say that it is some, again, adjunct trait. So I guess through many awareness, through many dialogues, because mental health issues require dialogues. It requires discussion. Till then only we can say that these 4 lines, as I have mentioned here, it should or it must go from no to yes. Because mental health sessions are not for me, it should be no. Mental health sessions are always for me. Being mental health professionals, we claim that we also need, because how can you predict that you are our lives are never been straight line. We are having our own ups and downs, we are having our own struggle. Absolutely, absolutely. And many, and iska reverse bhi jata hai. If you are asking someone, for example, there are many branches of counseling. If someone is having marital counseling and the person is not married, or if someone is having adolescent counseling and the counselor is not having a child, people are asking how can they do counseling, because they are not having the experience. And your same example, sir, I would like to say, to become a cardiac surgeon, I don't have to have a heart attack. Or to be a cancer doctor, I shouldn't be suffering from cancer. So that should be our mind. So whenever, are you asking the doctor, are you suffering from cancer? Then only I will go and treat with you. It is not the way. So just look at the life in a different lens. We are having that again. Bhed chal mein chal rahe hain. Sare kar rahe hain. We are also doing it without analyzing the right perspective. That is why I am not in favor of just giving strategies. Strategies, now in times of Google, do you really need strategies from us? We are going so much prepared, while before going to the doctor, we are also checking our diseases, and at this time of, we are so informative, and we are having information in our hand. it is best part is that it should be in our understanding level. If you have a clarity in our understanding what we are doing, then I think mental health issue will not be an issue in our school life along with our children. So this is the definition. And when we are talking about health, this is only physical health. Till now. Are you healthy? Yes, I'm fit and fine. I'm going to the gym and I am running. And if you are talking about healthy, the mental picture is coming that some person is having a very stout personality and looking fit and fine, healthy physically. Yes, yes. Yeah. And some more concrete information. And here they are actually, this is the definition given in 1948. And we are realizing it in 2024. And 1948, WHO has said that health is not just the physical health. It is just the state of complete physical, mental and social well-being. And we are talking about well-being over here. And it is not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. It says like that if you are healthy, it doesn't say that you don't have any disease. It is like that I am not having any sadness in my life, that doesn't mean I am happy. I am happy, that doesn't mean I don't have any sadness in my life. So one's absence is not going to create that other thing is true. It is not like day and night. If it is day, no, either or it is night. It is not a binary form. It is always going with one's absence is having some impact, one's presence is having some impact. So here we must understand, till now we are talking about health as the physical health. Now we will discuss about health with both physical and mental health, because WHO has said that there is no health without mental health. And these are the issues they have discussed much earlier. And we are realizing that actually realization is the best way. The way or the day we realize, that is the best way that we are looking at life in a different way. So now I would like to say, whenever we are talking about mental health, the clarification of the terminologies. We have confusion with mental health, mental illness, mental well-being and overall health. We are always having the confusion. Whenever we are talking about mental health, the first thing that is coming into our mind is that we are talking about what? Mental health means we will discuss about depression, we will discuss about anxiety, we will discuss about sleeplessness, eating disorder, many other diseases. Consulting a psychiatrist, and the worst part is that we also throw tantrums. The person needs psychiatric help in arguments, in we can say the throwing tantrums. No, we use this in a very negative way, that you need a psychiatrist. Is it a bad thing? If someone is needing a doctor, is it a bad thing? So why are we saying that you need food?
एक्चुअली ना कबीर वो चीट वहाँ दिया है, इसीलिए मैं शाम को आके ले लूं, वॉकिंग शाम को आके.
Right. So here I would say that mental health refers to, I would like to just take your attention that this is the successful mental activity. Mental health is always talking about positivity in our life. It is never talking about the diseases. For diseases, we have another terminology, mental illness or mental health issues or mental health problem. That means if I will talk about you are healthy, am I talking about your diseases? I am saying all your positive things. So there is another terminology for all these things. So it also includes maintaining the ability to coping with stress. As we are discussing, stress is always there in our life to maintain a killer. It is a silent killer and we have no idea how it is going to affect us. Now I will talk about well-being. Mental health is being discussed. Now we are talking about mental well-being. And well-being is my overall feeling about myself. How I am feeling right now. If you all are feeling good right now, if you are feeling excited, if you are happy, that means you are in a good well-being, state of well-being, right? And whenever we are talking about mental health is actually the state of well-being in the definition as you have said. State of complete physical, mental and social well-being. Physical, you are feeling good. Socially, you are happy. And psychologically also, you are contented. So less. That feeling is actually talking about well-being. And mental health, no, well-being is something that we work for this. For example, as I say, it cannot be static, but we can work for it to maintain this in a sustainable way. And mental illness, as we know, we are always creating confusion with mental health and mental illness. And when we are talking about mental illness, it is always very specific, diagnosable health conditions. We have to, the changes in our thinking, emotion, whatever it is, but it is diagnosable. Otherwise, whenever we are talking about mental health, we are talking about our positive spirit, how we feel about ourselves. And well-being is all about good, how good we are feeling about ourselves. So, as you said, it is never a binary one. Either you are having mental health issues or you do not have mental health issues. It cannot be like this, as you have asking me now. It is a continuous process. You have to work for this in a sustainable way. And to work for this, we have to go to the first page. How we are looking at our life. Are we loving ourselves? Are we respecting ourselves? Are we accepting ourselves as we are? If we are having a non-compared personality. We are not judging anyone. Then probably we are having a good way to sustain our mental health in a positive way. So, dialogue in mental health is always help you to grow effectively, efficiently by using all your potentialities to the fullest. And it is not a wrong or unusual thing, because we all strive for excellence. Again, it is our constitutional right. Every human being has the right to pursue the excellence, personal excellence. And mental health is providing us the platform that yes, we can pursue this excellence of ourselves. Okay. Now I am coming to the counseling part. Till now, it is as adults, as teachers, as head of the institute, how we are perceiving mental health till now. Today onwards, how we are going to perceive it. If there is a difference, then at least we have stepped forward. A step is actually done. If we are not getting that point clear, then still it is going to be another session or another process, or we have to redirect ourselves. So scarcity is there, as we know that many schools are under-resourced for this, specifically the mental health professionals, and we know the 9,000 psychiatrists for 1 lakh. So see the pressure, work pressure on them. And 3,372 RCI registration 2023, not even 4,000. And then if you are talking about counselors, this is a 5,825. And how much population we have. So if you will provide them counseling through the professionals, it is going to be a faraway dream. That is why our today's topic of discussion is teachers as the first level counselors. Those who are there, we need to understand how we can pursue this with our work experience. So with this, there are certain indicators. These are now the strategies or the red flags we can think of as we are talking about classroom behavior. Prolonged sadness. If you are observing 2 students, they will have a prolonged sadness and dullness that lasts more than 2 weeks, 3 weeks. If it is continuing till 4th week also, then clinical depression symptoms may be there. Yes, this PPT is already being shared here in the email. So this, and I would like to say, depression is very commonly being used, but for yes, the specialists, they use clinical depression, and for sadness, the feeling of sadness, laymen have started using, general people have started using depression. मेरा as movie का ticket नहीं मिला, I am feeling depressed. This is not the way. मेरा class bunk हो गया, I am feeling depressed. No, you are sad. That is why I said, which one, sir? We cannot say one stage. This is the indicator. In depression, suicide ideations are there. Okay. No, as you are saying that depression is the last stage before suicide. When we are saying that, how can you say that while person is entering into depressive thoughts or depressing stage, at that point of time the suicidal ideation started? And the whole phase, I will come to that point. Actually clinical, but we are always mistaking being sad and being depressed. So my point is that if we are talking to our students, how they are feeling right now, it is, they may be sad, but they are terming it as depression. But it is not depression. That's why it is a prolonged way. Continuously 2-3 weeks the person is feeling in the similar kind of emotion, then it may lead to depression. And once it is being diagnosed as depression, then we have to be very careful about the suicidal ideation, because the thought can trigger at any moment.
So, as a teacher, how we identify that student is sad or feeling depressed?
No, student is sad, and sadness is having a temporary feeling. If my wheels or achievements are not being met, I will be sad. But I cannot be sad for 1 year. I cannot, sorry for my word, this is not for one, I cannot be sad for 1 week or 2 weeks. But if I'm having the similar kind of feeling for more than 2-3 weeks, then it is our point. That we have to, that is why I have just written the first indicator is this. If someone is sad or dull and it lasts for more than 2 weeks, then we have to attend the student immediately, because the person may enter into that. And this sadness is again showcase the social withdrawal. If a person or if a student is very jovial, very extrovert, at that point of time, suddenly withdrawal symptom will start. For example, I used to play cricket. I was telling yesterday, I used to love play cricket, but suddenly I am not going. So I used to go to outside for social gathering, but suddenly I am not going. So these are the things that is going to affect. Self-harm, as you are saying, sir, suicide ideation and self-harm. These two are coming. In depression, people are harming themselves. And in India, the rate is high as compared to England. UK comparison में हमारा ज़्यादा है. And violent behavior, suddenly violent, suddenly aggressive, suddenly agitated, suddenly down, very unpredictable behavior. Suicide ideation is there. They will talk about all the hopelessness and helplessness. And they will talk about, in my life, nothing is there. These are they will not say that I will commit suicide. They will say like this. What to do? What is in a life? Why I am living? These are the statements they make. And emotional outburst. Suddenly. Sudden shift of moods. I have written many things. Insomnia, sleeplessness is there. Sudden sleep pattern will change. Suddenly they will be very aggressive. And suddenly they will be sitting as if they don't know what is going on. So these are the complete fluctuations in their lifestyle. And trouble in focusing and concentrating, and not attending classes, not attentive in the class, because they are lost in somewhere else. Avoiding schools and friends. And one more thing is that we have to check their social media. Now the time, along with the physical mode, we have to check their social media account, because many a times now it is a trend that if someone is feeling depressed, the first thing they do, put a status, put a story. So we have to keep a track of those things, because nowadays AI is working on that. If they are capturing certain critical words, they will give a warning mail, warning signal that the person is having so and so difficulty, if possible help. So these are the things. We have to keep track of social media as well. And one more thing, sudden dependency on teacher. If you will find that the student is coming to you regularly without any break, that means something is going on within their mind. So we have to put attention to find out why they are behaving like this. Drug and alcohol abuse is there, and confusion. Lots of confusion is there. What to do, what not to do. And these are some of the problems they may face, how to manage homesickness, anxiety, and these are the diagnosable mental illness I'm talking about. Coping with stress, understanding sleep difficulty. These are the diagnosable issues. Then yesterday was also asked by some participants, interpersonal relationship. It can be romantic, it can be sibling, it can be parent-child relationship. So everything is very much confusing at this stage, and they do not know how to deal with this, and they are just following media, friends, those who are not giving them the right kind of information. That is why they are not ready to what to do, and there is nobody to listen to them. And here we as teachers, we should give an active ear, empathetic ear to listen to them. I'm just switching it off. Yes. As essential skills we require, again these are strategies. We have to realize, then we have to follow. If we are just following it, it is not going to help. That we have to talk to them with a very empathetic way, as well as your maintaining proper eye contact. Many times we have seen teachers are not maintaining eye contact. The student will not feel comfortable to talk or to discuss or to cite their issues with them. They don't feel like. So as teachers, if someone is coming to us, and for 2 minutes also, we are giving proper attention to the student, and that is actually very important. And attentive listening, observing, already we have discussed, and different domains of students. I would like to come to this point. Yes, these are the most important aspects I would like to discuss. First thing is that as teachers, we have to be empathetic. Again, it sounds philosophy. How can be empathetic? Sympathetic we easily become, but empathetic is again a struggle with ourselves. For example, someone has stolen something, or someone has done some misbehavior in the school or in the classroom. We have the concept the child is not good. That thing we have to keep aside, and very non-judgmentally we have to talk to the student. And it is really a difficult task, because in counseling training we are giving the training that how you can cabinet or put it in a shutter, that yes, your preconceived notions will be in one side, another aspect will be how you are dealing with the person. It is very difficult. It is very difficult. But as why I am putting this word, because as it is in our mind, so sometimes we do not go that extent. We will put ourselves in a check that we should be empathetic. Very professional. Empathetic. I have to feel the pain of the student. And that is, if it is a good student, again we are tagging them, good student, bad student. So these things we have to take a call. How we are tagging based on situation, because everyone is unpredictable. How we are tagging based on within a time frame how a person is behaving. But this second point is quite doable. Confidentiality. If someone is discussing the emotional aspects with us, we need to maintain that confidentiality. We shouldn't share it immediately. If it is life and death issue, then only we are sharing. Yes, sir. Others can say.
For this confidentiality wala part, ma'am, which you are discussing now, the person or the teacher who is practicing this counseling wala part, so he should have to have that kind of oath which a doctor is taking for maintaining the confidentiality of his patient.
Mm-hmm.
So exactly in the same manner, we have to have that kind of, students and the counselor teacher have that kind of rapport where he can rely upon us that the teacher or counselor will keep my confidential thing
Actually,
between.
in counseling, without confidentiality and privacy, no counseling is there.
And that's what the complete professional attitude is
No,
required for this
that is
purpose.
the counseling part. But as we are talking about first level counselor, we are not expecting that you will give that much effort as a trained person is doing or a trained professional is doing. But at least we can go in the same link, same lane. We are thinking in the same page. If it is confidentiality, at least we can maintain that. If it is not life and death issue, we can maintain that confidentiality. If someone is giving their personal issues, how will we feel? Again, empathetic. If I have told something to with a trust to someone and they are discussing it with others, is it going to be really nice for me? So in that way, privacy and non-judgmental. And non-judgmental is again, it's a very strong way to look at people.
Madam,
yeah.
One thing I would tell, regarding confidentiality, my point is the confidentiality should be maintained, and the persons involved, that message must go to them that this is kept confidential.
Yes.
This should appear, and this should be shown before others also.
This should be spelled out.
Yes, spelled out, and clearly it must be
explicitly.
The persons concerned, the
Yes.
students, teachers, whoever is.
Whoever the stakeholders.
Yes, they must feel that it is kept
confidential. Otherwise, they will never come to us.
Yes, and if at all it is to be divulged for certain reasons, say somebody is doing that, and you have to take these things to the ear of the parents or
the
either,
authority.
and the authority. It must also be discussed before the student concerned, before being
discussed.
yes,
disclosed.
I am going to discuss these things with others.
And
unless that is there, the other students will not
Actually, sir,
not confess.
As you are saying, this is the very pertinent issue, because if confidentiality is missing, the whole process will collapse. Whole process will collapse, and this is, as you have said, sir, this is called informed consent. If the child or the student is giving you consent that yes, you can discuss, then only we can go with this informal counseling. But as teachers, we can always approach. We can always approach that we are going to share this. And I said there is a condition. If there is a life and death issue, if there is some critical issues, we have to discuss. Then we have to take the permission.
Even life and death issue, but we do not know if these things are conveyed to somebody else and this confidentiality is not being maintained. That itself can cause some havoc in the life of that particular person.
Yes.
That itself, that can create some more problems. So that has to be maintained confidentiality.
That is why I have said non-negotiable. No compromise. No compromise in all this. We have to have maintained this. And I would like to talk about this last point. No place for prejudice, discrimination, oppression and exploitation based on any preconceived notion. The person is belong to this and this category, or from this place, or I am having some bad memories with someone, so I will showcase this. These things have to be kept out, and we have to go for a non-judgmental, unbiased process of mental health service. And now this is the time to talk and accept. We have to accept. This is the problem, we have to face it. And we have to face it with a healthy manner, not with being judgmental or with a stigmatized way. And it is absolutely okay for all of us to not to feel okay. So as I am feeling, I am having cold, it is not a very stigmatized thing. That's why I am not feeling good. That is also not a very stigmatized thing. I am not feeling good, I need help. That should be the so much of natural and in a systemic way or in an organic way to ourselves. So to lead a meaningful and responsible life, we need, if required, go for professional support, though they are less in number, but there is no health without mental health, no health. So thank you and be healthy, both physically and mentally. I would like to hello Bimla ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I'm
Sorry
here,
for,
and I thank you for the discussion, ma'am. I think you've made my task a little easier.
Okay, ma'am. Now it is all your show. Please take over. Thank you.
Sir.
We will take the questions after your session.
Yes, ma'am. So, So, shall I start?
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
afternoon. Good afternoon, esteemed faculty members of RI and all the enthusiastic school administrators who have come together to plan actionable steps to promote mental well-being in their schools. My name is Vimla, and I come to share the lessons I have learned in schools across the country in my roles as a parent, a teacher, and a counselor. And at this point, I recall what uh, at this point, I recall what Dr. Shashwati just brought up about, how we tend to describe ourselves in our roles in relation to others. And uh, I will stick to the stereotype, and I will also just mention that I am someone who grew up as the daughter of two teachers. And though in my career path, I did not see myself becoming, becoming someone who would choose teaching as a career. At a point, life led me here, and I think this has brought in a lot of fulfillment to my life. And working as a teacher counselor has taken that a further step higher. So now, yesterday I heard some, when I joined in for a while, I heard some of you describing the efforts you have already made in your schools and discussing some of the situations that have made you feel helpless. I'm sure some of the discussions you've had here since yesterday have been able to shed light on the measures that you could adopt in your schools to enhance the mental well-being of both the students as well as the staff of your school. And now, as you embark on this all-important mission, I will attempt to highlight the presence of a very strong warrior you already have on your team, the teachers in your school. I am an army wife, so maybe that's why the army parlance is falling in, warriors and mission. And so today, as we discuss, I would in this discussion, I'll attempt to keep it short, but I would really welcome it if some of you could, turn on your videos, and I could have people from the audience who are present at RI also participating in the discussion, because I intend it as a discussion. So my plan is to focus on three main points. That is the power of a teacher, the role of a teacher counselor, and some best practices that can be adopted in schools. Now, I'm sure most of you who are here today as administrators from different schools and different educational institutions, I'm sure most of you have had your time working as teachers earlier. And thus, you know how teaching gives you the reach to many young individuals and a meaningful connect to their young minds. I'm also sure that when you look back at your childhood, most of you would have memories of a teacher who made a positive impact on your life. All those who agree, please raise your hands, or you may use a smiley reaction if you've logged in online. Have you had the experience of a teacher making an impact in your life when you were a child, when you were a student yourself? All those who are present there, any of you? Okay. Do I see? Yes, okay. There are some responses coming in. And now I would request all of you to just spend 1 minute. I'm going to give you 1 minute to yourselves, not to nod off to sleep, but just to try and recall that teacher who has made that difference to your life, and try and recall what it was about that teacher that perhaps made that teacher stand out. What is it that has that teacher's memory still so real or so alive in your life? I would be grateful if you would maybe note it down in your notebooks, just a few qualities that you feel made that teacher stand out. And I would also be grateful if any one of you would agree to share, would volunteer to share what you feel. So 1 minute to you, and I will go through the chat in the meantime. Those who have logged in online may type it into their chat boxes if comfortable, or you could unmute yourself and speak. Do the participants in the studio have a mic available?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to share something? Share.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Ajanta Ghosh Chaudhary. I'm from PM Shri Kendriya Vidyalaya, Burdwan. Now, I remember, like, in my school days, actually, we are three sisters. We used to study in the same school, and I was academically average. My next sister, she used to be the topper. So, most of the teachers, they knew both of us, and they used to compare. Like, I did not like the physics class, and my ma'am used to say, Arey, you see your sister, her name is Antara. You see Antara, she's so good, and you are her elder sister. So, somewhere I used to feel very discouraged. But I never had that sibling rivalry, but I used to feel somewhere discouraged. And then I had one teacher, Mrs. Mukherjee, who used to teach us drawing. So her class was my only refuge, because in her class, like I love drawing. Still now I draw whenever I'm having free time. I paint, I do fabric art, and that gives me great satisfaction. So it makes me tension free also. But whenever I used to be in her class, every time whatever I drew, Miss, she said, she always used to write good, very good, appreciable. And you don't know, I used to wait for that class. Like I used to wait when she will come, or any day she used to be absent. That day I used to feel very, very depressed, like very sad rather, that when today ma'am is not there. I used to think like that. So really her appreciations, that added fuel to my energy. And still now I give my like kudos to, I respect. Still now it's nearly 20-25 years I've left school, but I still remember her, like Mrs. Mukherjee, and my respect to her wherever she is. Thank you.
So I think, ma'am, you've hit the nail on its head. That's the power of a teacher. The fact that you recall her. Thank you so much for sharing that, ma'am. The fact that you recall her 25 years down the line, that you recall her fondly, and not to bring down or discredit the value of any teacher in our lives, but because teachers do have their role, as many discussions that have been going on, and as your experience itself would show you, they do have many roles, many paths to what they have to do. There is the academic bit, the sharing of the knowledge that happens, but there is, I think, what is much more crucial is the role that they have to play in being able to shape us as individuals, being able to bring us up, or help in bringing us up as strong, as mentally strong individuals, and children, as people who grow up as mentally sound individuals. And here the role of a teacher, I mean, it is, I think that is something that can be replaced only, I mean, it can't be replaced, but can be assisted maybe by the parents. But the role that teachers have, especially in a society such as ours, where we are all so much more used to going to schools, and there isn't the concept of homeschooling or so much. I think it is very, very significant, this role, and that, I think, is the power of a teacher. I don't know, I'm sure many of you are familiar with, there is a video that was often circulated on WhatsApp, a very touching story about a boy called Teddy and his teacher. It's actually a very moving teacher. It's a very moving story. I've listened to it in different schools that I've worked, and every time I have seen people all around us, getting moved to tears. It tells the story of this little boy called Teddy and his teacher, who attempts to love the child just as all the others, but she finds it very difficult to do that because he is untidy. His work doesn't seem to be up to the mark, and he seems to be careless. He seems to be withdrawn in the class. So despite all the efforts that she makes to be a fair teacher, she somehow does not like that child too much. And after a point, she, as she is preparing his term report, she goes through the reports that were written by his previous class teachers, the years prior to that. And she realizes that this child has been going through something very traumatic in his personal life. So he has lost his mother to, one caring parent to a very prolonged illness. And the other parent isn't very careful, or isn't, there is an element of neglect there. So now in this, as she realizes that this child used to be such a happy child until then, used to be very active in the class. So when this teacher realizes this teacher starts to make an effort to actually give more love to that child. And that brings about a miraculous transformation in this child's life. And the child goes on to become a very successful individual, but always turns back to this teacher and that he had in his primary classes as someone who was almost like a mother figure to that child. So that is the kind of power that a teacher can have in one's life. And here I would, this of course is a fictional story, but I'm sure that many of us would be able to bring up stories like this from our own memories too. Now, now I'll move on to the next bit. So I assume that all of us are in agreement as to the power of a teacher. I move on to the next part of my discussion, which is the role of a teacher as a first level counselor. Now, just as we may take Chyawanprash to boost our overall health and some other medicines when suffering from any illness, a two-pronged approach is necessary to ensure mental well-being. One is where measures are taken to enhance one's mental health through, like Dr. Jana had brought up, through developing self-awareness, building self-esteem, etc. And the second part is where those who are going through any mental distress are identified and measures are taken to help them recover from the same. Now, how does the teacher become an ingredient in the mental well-being Chyawanprash? Primarily by modeling positive behavior and promoting a safe environment for the students. Now, so here, first and foremost, I would say the teacher is a role model for the students in a class. The author and main character of the famous book To Serve with Love, I hope most of you have read it. If you haven't, it's always a book that inspires teachers with a little more idealism. The author E.L. Braithwaite writes about how his style of addressing his students respectfully seemed very strange to those students because they were not used to anyone, referring to them as Mr. So-and-so or, Miss So-and-so. They were always just used to people saying, oh, what are you doing, you duffer, or, things like that. That is what they were more familiar with. So they find this person, this new teacher who comes in as someone very odd, someone who's got these weird ideas, and they initially laugh at him. But by the end of the year, this habit as well as this, the emotion behind that habit or the value behind that habit, that has rubbed off on all the students. And his class stands apart as a class where all students respect each other. And during my years as a teacher, I have often received instructions or advice from a lot of teachers or a lot of people who would say, oh, initially you should always be very firm with your class, you should be very strict with your class, and later on, if need be, you can ease out a little, but to begin with, be strict with your class. Otherwise, before you know it, they would be be running over, all over the place. So set some ground rules right in the beginning. And my ground rules have always been just two values. I've always told them, and this, I always bring it up right in my first class. I say there are just two values that I expect from all of you: respect and honesty. I say respect irrespective of whom it is that you're, that you're addressing, that you're interacting with, whether it is your own classmates, whether it is your teachers, whether it is any of the staff in the school, whether it is someone outside the school. Respect, and of course yourself too. So respect at all times and honesty. I do. So I do understand that there would be times when a child would say, oh, I couldn't finish my homework because because I was very unwell yesterday. You know, or during the whole pandemic, all of us got so familiar with, oh, ma'am, network problems, that's why I can't log in. We all knew what was going on the other side. So, of course, it is not to say that I would not overlook any of that, but in matters, in a lot of things that matter, I have always insisted on honesty. And I have seen this rubbing off on my students over a period of time. I have seen them learning to treat each other with respect, or, whenever there has been an issue, this is what I would bring up. This is what I would say. I would say, okay, so have you behaved respectfully with each other? And once they're able to look at that, then they're able to, once they set that as a value, they're able to stick to that. And I have also made it a point to be respectful with them at all times. I have also made it a point to be honest with them at all times. So I think we as teachers do have a big role as a role model for whatever values. I mean, respect and honesty is what I chose. But we do have a big role as a model, to model whatever behavior that we expect from the children, and also any kind of healthy practices that we associate with mental well-being. So that, I would say, is one of the primary aspects. Now there is the next role that I talk about. It sometimes acts as part of the Chavanprash portion and sometimes as part of the medicine portion. So that is that of an observer. Now, a teacher has the opportunity to closely interact with the students of the classes where he or she teaches. So the last school I worked in, there were 4 counselors across the school, and so it sounds, so luxurious, the fact that there were 4 different counselors to, deal with any issues that the children wish to bring to us. Now, but we were not exclusively counselors. We also had the role of teachers. So each one of us had some teaching classes, but we had a load that was lighter compared to the rest of our colleagues who were only teaching. So now, as a teacher and as a counselor, now there are 2 parts to it. When I walk into a class as a teacher, and when I go into that class every day, say to teach whatever subject that I'm teaching, I get to know those students much closer. I get to see them each day. So like Dr. Shashwati brought up about depression and the distinction between depression and sadness. If you have been observing that child on a regular basis, you would be able to notice any behavioral changes that have occurred. And also, so now again, back to the Chavanprash version of this, where if you are observing those children on a regular basis, you would be able to make out what are the traits in each child that, that need maybe any kind of enhancement, or what are the traits that need to be regulated. And you would be able to guide that child. Now, the guiding bit, we'll come to that right after this. So I just want to share 2 real life examples that I've come across during my counseling. One is where there was one child in the class who was very active and regularly very active, very, someone who would participate in all activities. But the teacher noticed that at a particular time of the year, post lunch, the child would constantly fall asleep in class. So, one day the teacher ignored it. The second day she scolded her. The third day, she just realized that there seems to be something that this child is just not able to control her sleep. Now, upon observing her and upon, checking as to what was causing this, they were actually able to find out that the child's mother had been adding some kind of, sedative into the child's tiffin every day. Sounds horrible, right? But when the teacher found out about this and realized what was happening, they in fact took a sample from the child's tiffin and sent it for a pathological testing. Then they realized that the mother herself was also going through a lot of was dealing with psychological illness, but was not aware or had not realized it, had not received treatment for this. So through this observation of the teacher, and through, not just ignoring it and saying, oh, this child has become a troublemaker now, look at her, she keeps sleeping in the class. Instead of just dismissing that, by noticing it as a different, as a difference in the child's behavior, the teacher was able to actually help even that mother get the psychological help she required. Now, coming to just one more example that I would share here. As a language teacher, So this is again when I was teaching. There was a story writing assignment that I had given the children, and there was one child who had submitted a story in which the main character was a child who had been going through a lot of abuse in her household. And once I went through that assignment, I did have my doubts. So I gradually approached the child. It is not like, I called her in front of the classroom. These are things that are important. Like ma'am said, confidentiality, this child anyway, I approached the child and I spoke to the child, and over a period of time, this child opened up about how this was actually her own story. This was what was happening to her at home. And let me tell you, even in the case of clinical depression, you would find that most of these children, especially when they have a suicidal ideation and things, you would find that most of them do attempt to reach out. They do attempt to seek help. They do, and we as teachers being there, if we seem to be receptive to them opening up or sharing their confidences, we would be able to help many of them. Okay, so it is very important here that we observe any changes that are happening. We observe, and we also remain available to them as listeners. Okay. Now, the next role that I would speak about as the next role of a teacher counselor. Now, this again is, I'm talking about a teacher who would be regularly entering the class, seeing that group of students, seeing how they interact. A teacher counselor also has the role of a moderator and a mediator. There are the microcosm of where students start dealing with society, or children start dealing with society, is the classroom. There would be people they like, there would be people they wouldn't like. You speak to any adolescent, any teenager, even those in their early 20s, half their angst or half the sorrow that they would be sharing would be about their friends. Oh, that friend whom I did so much for is no longer supportive of me. He now ignores me, or he has blocked my number on WhatsApp, and I'm no longer or I recently had a call from an old student who was very upset about a similar breakup with a friend, and his anxiety or his sorrow was accentuated or compounded by the fact that his birthday was approaching, and he was sure that this friend would not post a story on Instagram to honor this person's birthday, to honor the old friend's birthday, because now they're no longer friends. So, which means a larger group would realize that we are no longer friends. The kind of social anxieties, the kind of social pressures that they're going through is much more than we would understand otherwise. So, as a teacher, we get to see how they interact with their classmates within the classroom. We get to see if there are certain children who are isolated or isolated either because they have withdrawn, or isolated because the others are not accepting. And in that case, a teacher can often act as a mediator and perhaps identify another child or another group of children who would be able to help this child maybe come out of his or her shell. Or if there is friction, try and sort that out. Try and listen to both sides and see how any kind of intergroup friction can be, or conflict can be resolved. So there again, because especially if you're a teacher who has been involved, has shown your concern, and children do sense it when your concern is genuine. So especially if you are a teacher like that, they would be able to, they would respond to, or they would, any kind of recommendations that you would give, or any attempts, any efforts that you would make in order to resolve the conflict, they would respect that. Okay. Now, another important role that the teacher would have to play is that of a compassionate listener. Now, a compassionate listener here, again, like Dr. Jana brought up in her earlier discussion, where we ask how are you, but how often do we listen to the answers? Be alert. Instead of asking how are you, ask did you sleep well yesterday, or did you have a nice day yesterday, or how is your day been so far? How are you feeling? Ask. ask your questions with an intention to genuinely know, genuinely understand what that child is going through, and listen attentively to what the child is telling you. You know, don't just discredit it right there, or don't just, okay, like she said, you know, we are expecting to hear, fine, thank you, so that's all I have time for. I don't have time for more than that because I have syllabus to cover. We all do have syllabus to cover, of course, but and that is a pressure that we all face. There is no denying that. But I think setting aside 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it makes a big difference. I remember, again, one of the schools that I was working in, I was unwell for about 2 weeks. And I was down with dengue, and when I returned to school, they had just finished their exam, and I just asked them, okay, so how were your exams? And there was such an outpouring of all that they felt, and all the, you know, all the worries that they had, and all the stress that they went through. And I remember them talking about how their greatest worry was how they were afraid that they were disappointing their parents' expectations. And this is not because their parents were standing there and telling them, oh, you know, so and so is scoring so much, or so and so is scoring so much. I still very clearly remember one of these children saying, you know, my father, he did not say anything, ma'am. He did not say anything when he heard of my marks, but I could sense the disappointment that he felt. You know, and as a parent, let me tell you, that has been an eye opener to me. I have realized how much our children, you know, we tend to keep thinking, oh, they don't listen to me, they're not studying or whatever, but they actually want to do things that would meet our expectations. They do want, you know, their intentions are good. So it has, as a parent, let me tell you, that has really changed the way I look at the way my children work, or the efforts that my children are making. Now, so now, having spoken of all of this, I would also want to bring up one more thing, and this, okay, so that is that a teacher counselor can be a partner to a counselor. You know, a teacher counselor can help the counselor identify children who need more help, but the teacher counselor is not a substitute for a counselor. That is something that is very important. And I think there was a query that someone had asked Dr. Shastwati regarding, you know, but then how do you deal with this? How do you deal with a problem like this? There is, so a counselor or a teacher counselor can be, you know, can be aware, can be sensitive to a lot of issues that children are facing. They may have a basic understanding of child development and behavior, but they are not trained mental health professionals beyond a certain extent. Counseling requires a deep understanding of various psychological theories and therapeutic techniques, and the ability to assess and diagnose mental health conditions. So teacher counselors would, in a way, you know, we can, like I said, we can be the Chyawanprash, and we can also be the band-aid, you know, the first aid providers. So where there are issues that are more serious, we can be the ones to identify that. We can be the ones to give the first response there. But then, if it seems a little more complex, then we should refer that child or that incident or issue or whatever it is to a counselor in a school. So it is not enough for schools to just say, okay, we anyway have enough teachers, so they can all become teacher counselors. That is not fair. We do, I mean, all schools need to have counselors. And like I said, you know, if a school can have 4 counselors, 6 counselors, wow. But whatever works, right? Now I'll move on to the third part, the final part of my discussion. I'm sure that there are some of you who are feeling hungry now. I think we're approaching lunchtime. So I'll just talk about how all of this can be converted into, or just a few best practices that can be used. So now when we talk about teachers working as first level counselors, what is required? They are required to get an orientation to counseling. You know, some of us may be naturally, like ma'am had shared about her drawing teacher, you know, some of us may be naturally inclined to be gentle with the children, kind, and, you know, to be a listener. But we need to go beyond that. We need to know, like, again, Dr. Shashwati brought up the principles, confidentiality, to be empathetic, to be non-judgmental, to be able to keep these principles in mind when we are dealing with child who is facing any kind of a problem, we need to be able to, we need a better orientation to counseling. Now, through Diksha, there were some Swayam online courses that involved some orientation to mental well-being of children, mental well-being of students. These were tailored for teachers. These were good. But in addition to this, maybe schools could organize regular refresher sessions with maybe renowned psychologists or people who are working on the field, and just have sessions where teachers can bring up the concerns that they have seen and maybe hash it out and see what solutions can be worked on. So an orientation to counseling is very important. And now, especially since most of the people attending the session are administrators, I would, of course, use this opportunity to bring in the idea of load management. Now, I think, again, Dr. Patnaik earlier in the morning brought, was it Dr. Patnaik or yes, Dr. Patnaik, I think, brought up the issue of how we need to view teachers as human resource and therefore need to look at their well-being too. Not just as the warriors and who would be out fighting the battle throughout. We need to look at their well-being too. So when we do hope that teachers are able to contribute more to promoting the mental well-being of the children in the school, then we need to ensure that the teacher is also looked after well. And here, the load management of the teacher is very important. Like I said, when I was working as a counselor, I did have a lighter schedule of teaching classes, which gave me an opportunity to interact with at least a certain group of students on a regular basis, because I was taking classes. But it also gave me the opportunity, a lot more time available, where I could easily, and I had children walking up to me from class, from other classes. I had a lot of children coming up with their problems because they just need to know that there is someone available there to listen. So there has to be the roster of duties and responsibilities that are given to the teacher should leave space for that kind of time. It would be very unfair if a teacher is pressurized to do more and more for the students with no care for the teacher's well-being. And a comfortable routine will leave the teacher more oriented to observe and interact. And I would also bring in one more point. Again, I think this has been covered by Dr. Patnaik, so I would not speak for too long on it. Positive reinforcement for teachers. Just as a child would benefit from that, good that was written in, in her drawing book. The same way, I think we teachers also, we would also like that pat on our back. We would still like to hear someone, especially if we've made efforts. Like ma'am also brought up this whole idea of, okay, promotion happens, there is universal promotion happening based on, say, maybe the number of years of service you've put in and all that. But in addition to that number of years of service, number of exams and qualifications that you have, but in addition to that, a person who makes an extra effort, there should be some further, appreciation that comes to that teacher. So, like she said, best teacher awards or some other further incentives. Then now, keeping all of this in mind, there are two practices that I would suggest as practical ways to reach out to more number of students and encourage better mental health. So when you're talking about teachers, and in fact, I think it was Dr. Carr who brought up, who had a query about measuring the kind of performance that a teacher would put in terms of counseling the children or so. So if I understood it correctly. So so now let us look at how we can maybe make the teacher's contribution a lot more efficient. How can we make that teacher's contribution as a first level counselor reach a larger group of students? So here there are actually two main practices that I would talk about. So one is mentoring. Now the students in a class maybe can be divided amongst two teachers, or maybe if the number of staff doesn't permit that, the students in a class can be divided or can be allotted to one teacher, and each teacher can act as a mentor to that group. Now a schedule should be drawn up so that the teacher has a mentoring session with each student at least once every fortnight. So that teacher should have a one-on-one session with every child in that group or in that class at least once every fortnight. So this means the teacher would have to use up his or her free periods perhaps for this, and the priority should be to that, to the teacher schedule. So it can't be that, okay, if a particular child is, the teacher is free and the child is obviously having some subject class, it shouldn't be that, the subject teacher says, no, this child cannot leave right now because I'm teaching the child a concept. I think this sparing this child for that mentoring, whether it is 40 minutes, whether it is half an hour, that is very important. So the teacher maybe should have, depending on the number of students that would be in that teacher's group, should have that many number of periods allotted across a 2-week time to meet each child once, at least once. And now these sessions could be used to maybe provide academic guidance a little bit, life skills, career orientation, as well as a heart-to-heart discussion of the students' concerns. Now, the reason I put this heart-to-heart right at the end is because it's only after you've built up a relationship with that child on an individual basis that the child is likely to open up about concerns that the child has. So academic guidance to a certain extent, but life skills, career orientation, and then comes the heart-to-heart. Now, a normal outcome of this mentoring session would also be a report that the teacher would maintain after mentoring each child. So it can be a very point-based report. It can, the school can identify maybe 4 parameters as to what all progress the parent has, the teacher has noticed, or what how the child's like maybe what again Dr. Shashwati explained as a format for self-awareness, what we feel, what we think, what we do. So maybe those 3 could be used as headings. So that of course can be worked upon. What 3. So how was the child feeling? How was the child thinking? How was the child doing? And if we go back to Teddy's story, it was this kind of a pen picture that opened the next teacher's eyes, right? So these reports should be carried forward or should be handed over from mentor to mentor after each session. And then one more best practice that I would say would be to include one period in a week, which is maybe called an interaction period or so. Again, during the pandemic, I always had, because during the pandemic, we were all anyway logging in online. So I post school hours, I would have one session, 1 hour per week, where I would have a virtual classroom open, and all the students would be aware of it, and they would all be welcome to join in if they wish to. If they didn't, they were free not. But that was one class, one session where we would just discuss anything. They would share videos that they are fond of. They would talk about artists that they like, and look at different opportunities to bring in and understand the context, the cultural context, the social context that the children are in. That is very important. That can be done through this interaction period, as well as, I found out a lot about my students through the essays that they would write, not just essays. That's of course being a language teacher. Even making of sentences. I remember there was one child who, in her making of sentences exercise, all 5 sentences that she made all included characters from a particular band. And I said, this was interesting. Later on when I was returning her notebook to her, I said, that was interesting. She said, oh, ma'am, are you all right with that? Then, because I love this band. And that's how I came to know about this band. And I later on realized what a fad or what a craze that particular band was to all these students. To a large number of students, and how there would be, so in these discussion classes, these interaction periods that we would have, sometimes there would be debates as to whether that band was worth it or not. I'm not talking about a particular band, but I'm just saying that we need to understand what are the things that move them, what are the things that matter to them, and an informal period like this would help for something like that. I know that many of us grew up with, say, moral science classes happening. But again, for the moral science classes that we used to have, we used to follow a textbook, and there were chapters to be covered, there were exams to be written at the end of it. That defeats the purpose here. So instead, just have time for a circle time, or an interaction period like this. I will conclude. I'm sure most of you are just waiting for your lunch. I don't know if you'll get your lunch break right now. I will conclude by just quoting a few lines that I feel are very apt. Now, this is called Warrior Teacher. What is a warrior teacher? Now, the moment you hear warrior teacher, you have a sword or at least a stick in in mind. But what is a warrior teacher? Becoming a warrior teacher is a daily practice of reflection and strength. It is a dedication to doing one's best every day and to be courageous in one's choices. A warrior teacher's armor. Now, here I would draw your attention again. A warrior teacher's armor is compassion and respect, whose cause is humanity and the rights of children. A warrior teacher works to cultivate the strength and courage to do the right thing so that the children of today can reach their full potential as creators of tomorrow. That is what I strive for each day. With this, I'll conclude what I had to. I have come to the end of what I want to share. I would welcome it if there are questions, if there are any queries, anything that you would like to add further. All of you are here with many years.
Thank you, Vimala, for giving your experience and giving some very, very practical suggestions for the participants from where they can begin a positive mental health program in their school. Since we are getting delayed for lunch, I think we will expect you to join at 2:45 for the discussion. At 2:30 to 4:30 we actually have a session for developing action plan for promoting mental health. After lunch, online participants and our participants who are in this hall, all of us, we will be there, and I request all the resource persons also to be here. So whenever there is a need, they can discuss online. We can reach out to both the online and offline participants in helping to develop an action plan. Let us come out with at least each participant, or if you are from the same region or from the same area, you can have a same proposal also. You come out with a one-page proposal that we can present also in that 2 hours. So then you can get clarifications or specific actions to be followed to fulfill that, to fulfill the objectives. Shall we do this in the afternoon in the presence of all the resource persons? I request the online resource persons also to join and request the offline resource persons to be with us here after lunch. Now we'll break for lunch and we'll join here at 2:30. If it is too early, 2:45. We are little delayed. So 2:45 we will join after lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to request you can close that. Participants to submit your TA bills, all your forms. If anybody has not submitted, please submit all your forms. Have lunch, relaxed lunch, and come at 2:45.
ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ବରା ଖାଇଲି ଝିଅ ଦିଟା ସିଙ୍ଗଡ଼ା ଖାଇଲା
Good afternoon. Let us have a relaxed afternoon before we end this with a valedictory session. So we will find out the time of the valedictory session with our in-charge principal about her availability, and then we'll inform you when we are having. We'll just have half an hour valedictory function. So before that, this is the time for all of us sit together, use the tips, especially the actionables, and prepare one page proposal, like what can be started at our level. It'll be your own, it'll be, the context is yours, you know the situation, you know what is possible, and you have been listening to and you have been discussing, having voicing your concerns at every step, you have been doing it. So I'm sure you have got some tips what you can do, but instead of carrying it
पहले जो
as
पकड़े थे फोन अभी जो पकड़े थे चेंज हो गए पहले जो पकड़े थे फोन उनके पास इंफॉर्मेशन कम था अभी जो पकड़े हैं वो बोले क्यों नहीं होगा तो सट लेके आइए देखिए बोले कि हाँ करा सकते हैं क्योंकि आपका स्कूल नहीं बहुत सारे स्कूल आ रहा है हम लोग ग्रुप में बाहर इन्वाइट कर देंगे एक ऑडिटोरियम में 350 सीट है आपका 360 बच्चा आ गया अभी जब कोई छोटा जगह में होगा तो 4-5 ग्रुप में डिवाइड कर देंगे
I think you all can relate to this conversation.
अब बिल वाला क्या बोला
Which happens.
तो फिर 2 दिन में करेंगे और क्या तो 3 और 5 तो फिर मैसेज कर देंगे अच्छा ग्रुप कर दिए जहाँ से आपसे पूछिए मैसेज कर दिए क्या बच्चों को
अच्छा बिल वाला मैं बोला हम लोग का एडवांस पेमेंट नहीं होता है लेकिन हम लोग मैं 5 बजे तक बताऊंगा कि बैंक टू बैंक ट्रांसफर पॉसिबल है कि नहीं
आपका
बैंक टू बैंक ट्रांसफर पॉसिबल है कि नहीं
So we can pick out those points which you have felt that yes, I want to try this in my school. You can pick out those points and give it a shape in the form of a proposal, building into your already existing school system. Can we do it? If you have any doubts or anything, let us have a open forum of in case of requirement, or you can discuss with each other. You are all resources in yourselves. You can do it in a small group also, which is suitable to your schools. Namaste, sir. I didn't see you today morning. I think you were joining online. Yeah. Sir, please. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the drawback of blended mode.
छोड़ देने से साफ साफ, क्योंकि वो बार बार जिस तरह से बाय फोर्स करके बोल रहा है कि अकाउंट में जमा करना, ये तो होता ही नहीं है। और ये बात विशाल है, हाँ विशाल है, बुला दो।
Hello. 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 Hello.
ये देखता हूँ कि क्या इसका है, आपसे सब चीज करके जाइए।
So can we invite some of you can present your proposal? The online participants also can be ready. One or two from this group also will present. Anyone? Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Respected coordinator madam, respected all the resource persons, my dear participants. We know we are in a separate era. About myself, Dr. Pitavas Paharaj, in charge principal, JNB Ganjam, and vice principal of JNB Jajpur. We know we are human beings. Human being born free, but in a chain, that is social chain. Though we have born free, this social chain we are related, it is highly essential and it was playing a very important or vital role during the ancient period to reduce the mental depressions. Also, you know, charity starts from home. Whenever we are talking about the relations, social relations, we are forgetting what is happening in our families. During the ancient period, the families were very large families. In each family, there are 10 members, even more than that of also. 9 members, 10 members. Still, they were living happily. Even at that time, they were not having sufficient food, not having sufficient clothes. Still, they were not going to the depression. But why we are going to depression? This is the, at that time, we are learning with the family members and also neighbors how to adjust ourselves in the society, how to sharing our feelings, sharing our foods and clothes, everything in the society. We are learning. And at present, we are lacking these things. At present, almost all the families are nuclear families. They are forgetting about what is happening in the neighbor. Even we are neglecting to our own parents. They are searching for the senior citizen houses, these things are becoming first for us. Whenever the old father and mother, grandfather, grandmother are present in the family, they may be old, but they are having vast experience. They are just like a library. They are using their own experience to counsel the newcomers. Those are always close to the older member of the families. They are not close to the father and mother, but they are always close to the old family members, like grandfather and grandmother. They were counseling, and depression can be reduced easily. And at that time, therefore, there were less this such type of mental health problem or whatever mental illness. At present, these old people we are throwing them out from the family like unwanted elements, which is a curse at present. They became curse for everybody because they were counseling. They were acting as the counselor for everybody, to the newcomers as well as to the adults also. And all were related in chain. But at present, such type of culture is going down day by day. Even we are spending lot of money in other ways, but we are not ready to help even to our own brothers and sisters. At present, such type of culture is coming day by day. This is one of the most important problems at present. And another is 3 important essential services for our society, that is health, education and security. These three are highly neglected in our countries. As health is concerned, it is almost all privatized. If we are going to the government hospitals, we know what type of service we are getting. And it became similarly education also same situation, security also same situation. If we are not getting social justice, if we will go to the court, it is taking 20 years or 30 years. How many years it will take, we don't know. This is the situation. These are became one type of curse to the people, and these things should be changed. The system at government level and social level, the system must be changed to such type of this. Education plays an important role among these. We know, as Radhakrishnan was saying, patriotic cannot be made by chisel and hammer. Similarly, if we want to create some new things, we have to impose it in education. But if teacher is not there, experts are not there, then how education will survive? For everything, education is essential. Already we have reduced the syllabus. Okay, no pressure from the syllabus. As my knowledge is concerned, 50% of the syllabus reduced. We are doing in other ways, activity method or experimental method. Always infrastructure not matters. If we will think about the Super 30, Mr. Anand Kumar was teaching under a tree. No infrastructure was there, but they were reading happily. 30 out of 30 could success to get IIT. Only chalk and talk method. Always at present, what we are thinking, chalk and talk method is useless. But as my knowledge is concerned, we have learned through these things. Chalk and talk method, whenever a teacher is teaching directly, what are the movements of the teacher, body language, activities, expressions, these matters a lot. But we are going to another way, that is the PowerPoint presentation, computer, videos, and so on and so forth. These are also having a negative impact upon our mind and eyesight also at present. My question is, I am not in against of the technology, but it should be limited. It is whatever we are thinking, these should be the supportive material for the teaching, not as the major part. Supportive material, just like suppose we are previously our teachers were showing some teaching aids. It is very few, but it should be essential. If these things should be used as supportive material, not the major one. And nowadays, maximum teachers are showing the PowerPoints. Maximum teachers. And even the virtual classes, virtual is always virtual, that cannot be real. Real must be real, a virtual is virtual, no doubt at all. Yes. This is my feeling. I am sorry to say, this is my feeling. I may be wrong also. My opinion may be wrong. It is not acceptable to anybody else. What I am feeling, I am saying the same thing. And another is, like the moon, no one is interested to show the dark side. Every man is having certain dark side. No one is agree, yes, I have committed the mistake. Yes, no one is ready. And later on, whatever he is feeling, these things are going on in his mind or minds of the others. And if everything will be expressed properly, he may be a student, or he may be a teacher, or he may be any person. If openly discussion will go there, automatically what I feel, in some extent, these things will be reduced. And as a teacher or as a principal, education is concerned, we know, at present, all are running over the money only. How to get higher salary, how to, means wanting of everybody is increasing day by day. If we will go to the ancient period like Chanakya, what he was using, one of the most famous educationists of India. He was nothing other than two cloths. Having vast knowledge, vast experience, and not only in education but in other fields. And human wants, if we will limit the human wants, that is also a point. If we will limit it, then automatically others will get a chance, and naturally, if others will get chance, they will capable to earn something, and their tension will be reduced. In school level or social level, whatever we are discussing, being a head of the institution, we have in school, I am talking about the school, we have three important parts. First is staff, then staff with family members, next is students. We have to discuss openly, we have to discuss democratically with all the staff members what are the personal problems or what are the problems we are facing and how to sort out the problems, to unite them, to make them one, to work for the system and to work for the institution. Similarly, we can conduct certain programs like picnic, whatever may be. Picnic, games, music chair, or whatever may be, dance program, whatever may be, can be conducted to unite them and to reduce the problems, depressions. Similarly, for students also, we can conduct local folk dances for the students, art programs, sports, and so many programs to unite them, to discuss them. And one of the most important part is that is the experts. For everything, we need experts. For example, NEP 2020 already implemented. There are in NEP 2020 skill course is very, very important. But at present, as my knowledge is concerned, no school has appointed separately skill teachers. Those are existing, we are adding the skill courses. For example, computer teacher is there, computer add ho gaya. Okay. PT teacher is there, physical education or yoga add ho gaya. But separately, no skill teacher has appointed. It is for every school, at least 2-3 skill teachers are essential to implement the skill courses. This is one, as per the choice of the students, they will opt and they will read. And in future, these things can be accepted by the students to, if they are not getting the jobs, government jobs or jobs in any company or whatever may be, they can use this skill for their own profession, for self-employment. These are some important points. Another is the mindset. Mindset of the society.
Sir, can you please quickly conclude so that we can...
Only 30 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Mindset means parents are thinking that if my child is unable to secure more than 90%, his future gone. Such type of mindset should be changed by ourselves. First, we teachers, we have to change our mind. Then we have to explain to the parents, not only this education, several branches are there. He can go to any branch, he can make his future. And last is opportunity should be given. Equal opportunity should be given to all branches, not only science or arts or commerce. If somebody else is ready to adopt as art, he should have the sufficient opportunity to get the job, to employment, in either in companies or in government job or in self-employment, whatever it may be. But employment must be, opportunity should be there to get employment. These are some important points what I felt. I may be wrong. I felt, I expressed here. Thank you, everybody.
Sir, we appreciate your interest in coming forward and presenting your detailed plan, but some points, don't think I may be wrong. We never have contradictions with what you say, but only thing is your concerns are very well taken and all of us agree that this has to be done. But from your school, what is that? What kind of activities are you going to do so that you can see that in reality? That actualization of those things, maybe from that angle you can think and enrich your proposal. Yeah. Okay, sir?
We are planning, madam, but the implementation is very less.
No, that's what. Now you are, today let us plan one action which can be implemented. Yes, yes, sir. Please come. The KV group. So all KV teachers can belong to this presentation, I think.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here. A few points that I have noted how we can carry out in our school so that the mental health status of the students will be good and we can run develop a holistic personality and a healthy school. First of all, we have to go through the orientation program of the teachers very well. Teachers must be sensitized properly. They must understand the role, the purpose of doing the job in the classroom and outside the classroom. It is normally felt that it is only in the classroom the discipline. Why not in the ground sports? While playing sports, while doing activities, the behavioral aspects may be judged, may be observed, and some course correction may be done, and that can be checked. And in that case, the orientation for the teachers is required. And again, another point is sensitizing parents about the various indicators they do know or not, because they can also give some input to us. So because we are handling them for 6 hours and so they are observing that. Sometimes the parents are not observing. They are away from their children. So that's what I feel that some parents, as one of the session it was discussed, the circle of parents should be there. That means few parents can meet them very often and they can exchange their ideas, their observations on how your child is doing, how my child is doing, how they are. And then some sort of healthy and unhealthy competitions are there. They must observe it, they must report it. We have to sensitize the parents in that regard so that they can give some idea. This is another. Another point is that we must understand the child at length and breadth, first of all. This is any sorts of diagnostic tools or whatever thing that we may go for. That is, I say it's a know your student. Just like know your child, know your, this is know your student. For a teacher, it is a know your student. For a parent, it is a know your child. Length and breadth. We have developed certain things at our school level. That means academic part of it, then the social health part of it, then emotional health, then time management. That means through a number of methods, through survey, getting an idea from the fellow friends, from the other subject teachers. We cannot go on filling at one go. It will take time, but ultimately if you get a data bank, that means it will be very helpful. Thus, a particular class teacher has shifted to another class, that the data would be there. The incoming class teachers will be handed over to that. That means once the data is collected, the data is very precious to us. That means that can be utilized. Because suddenly a new teacher joined in a school, the teacher must know it. Yes, the file will be handed over to them. This is the case. The parents are responsive or not. There is a question, the parents are responsive or not. Does he or she attends the parents meeting or not? What about it concern? How much reactive put about it? How much passionate about a child's growth and development in a particular sports field or any other field? There are certain parents, they are devoting their time for the other development apart from the academics. So that means we must understand it. If the parents are ready, then why not the school will give a support system to them? So in that regard, that means we must understand the portfolio or anecdotal record, everything should be collected. This is a very research-based one. I think you can guide a lot for us. If it is done, that means it's a very good platform for a teacher to carry forward in school. Another, what's the any other activity that you are doing? We must focus on the collaborative activities. The content delivery should go through a collaborative project method, any sorts of. That means a teamwork. That means here respecting each other. The part would be seen here, and the sharing. Now the students are not sharing. Suppose we are developing an ecosystem in a school for a sharing, But whenever they are reaching at home, the sharing part is not there. The parents are even asking, why you are sharing? That you may lose your marks, because that is, as that day Modi sir told, that it is a visiting card, they are using it. That means they want to see their my child. The child is unhappy because the other one has got more marks than me. So that part should be very clear. That means the parents must be sensitized in this regard. And another is exposure program, various exposure program, like to the different institutions, then anywhere. That means a tour program, that is study tour program, anything the school must follow, so that they will get ventilated, they will know that they will personal aspirations and ambitions should be fixed, and they can go for it. And this is what, and whatever the various programs are being conducted, launched by this NCERT or CBSE, these are the activities to be done, so that the student can discover themselves, they can understand themselves where I am good at. So this is what in one of the sessions I learned. That means where your strong point, you must work on your strength. If you work on your strength, confidence building measures. Every school should have a mechanism to develop a confidence building measure for a students, so that self-esteem part would be taken care of. This is what we believed. We discussed all three here, and various aptitude tests and psychometric tests to be done, so that you can understand, we can share with the parents, so that the parents can also understand. Because whatever we discuss about NEP, NCF, everything, that is remain within a school system only. And if it is not passed on to the parents, it's very difficult. They are not aligning. Same traditional techniques in the mindset they are saying. Why the homework is not given, they are pestering us again and again. We tried to convince in class 1 and 2, no, it's not homework. They can't understand. Then why I'm keeping a tuition teacher then? They're asking. So this type of thing that we must align. So that's why the more and more often, that means if the parents meeting will be there and we can sensitize it, I think we can reach out it. These are some of the things that means we have jotted down. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. I'm afraid, are we disconnected from the online participants? It's not projected. You want to say, sir? Yeah, please come. Please come. After this, let us give chance to online participants.
Respected coordinator ma'am, experts, and different administrators of the schools, KV, NVS. Good afternoon, everybody. Everything I think have been explained, but I want to share my experience and whatever I learned. जैसा कि फर्स्ट डे 30th को 30 तारीख को एक इशू आया था कि अभी भवानीपटना से, वहाँ पर इशू ये था कि उस स्कूल में एक बच्चा हैबिचुअली चोरी करता था, स्टीलिंग करता था। एक्सपर्ट से भी पूछा गया, एक्सपर्ट ने बताया कि किसी तरह से उस बच्चे की काउंसलिंग करिए। फिर ये जवाब आया कि सर काउंसलिंग करने का प्रयास भी किया गया, पर वी आर नॉट एबल टू डू दैट। वो बच्चा सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है किसी भी तरह से नहीं। फिर कहा गया कि नहीं तो उसके पेरेंट से जाके मिलिए, पेरेंट को कॉल कीजिए। पेरेंट को भी कॉल करने का प्रयास किया गया और वहाँ से भी नेगेटिव रिस्पॉन्स आया। कहा गया कि नहीं उसके घर जाइए, ये भी कहा गया, इतना सब लोग जानते होंगे। पर मेरा एक्सपीरियंस सेम टाइप का 2 केस है। एक हमारे स्कूल में इस तरह से लड़का था, नाम था अभय, 2004 की बात मैं बताता हूँ। शराब बहुत पीता था, बहुत उसको समझाने का प्रयास किया गया, उसने शराब पीना छोड़ा नहीं। तो उसमें मैं हाउस मास्टर था, उसमें एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर की तरफ नहीं था। तो मैं सोचा कि चलो अब उसको करने दो वैसा ही। और उस समय मैंने क्या किया, उसको सारे उसकी जो मिस्टेक्स है उसको माफ़ करते गया। चलो ठीक है, बहुत अच्छा किया, बहुत अच्छा किया, हमेशा कहा। और हम सिर्फ उसकी अच्छाइयों पर ध्यान दिया। कई बार उसको कुछ वैसे काम के लिए भी प्रमोट किया, स्टेज पर बुलाया जो बहुत छोटे थे। वो अच्छा जंप कर सकता था, अच्छी रनिंग करता था वो, उसके लिए भी वो प्राइज में उसको दिलवाया। धीरे धीरे करते करते उसका एकेडमिक इम्प्रूव होने लगा। ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ एकेडमिक उसको फिर से हमने पेन और कॉपी दिलवाया। और हमको लगता है लगभग 6-7 महीने का समय लगा होगा, बच्चा वो पीना छोड़ दिया था। मेरा मतलब ये है कि बच्चे या कोई भी ह्यूमन बीइंग है, पनिशमेंट की तरफ कभी ध्यान नहीं देना है। जैसे उसके पेरेंट को हम बताएंगे, जैसे उसकी शिकायत हम कहीं करेंगे, उसका पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट होगा, ऐसा सोचना हमारे लिए अच्छा नहीं। अगर वो पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट हमारे अनुसार नहीं ला पा रहा है तो हम उसके अनुसार उड़कर उसमें पॉजिटिविटी लाएंगे। एक और केस, जेएनवी कटिहार में मैं था, एक लड़का था, उसका नाम विवेक था। वो चोरी करता था, और चोरी स्कूल में नहीं करता था। जब छुट्टियों में जाता था बाहर, तो बाहर के मोहल्ले वाले से कभी मोबाइल चुरा लेता, कभी लैपटॉप चुरा लेता, कभी कुछ और कर लेता। तो उसके पेरेंट आके कभी कभी बताते थे, देखिए सर ऐसा हो रहा है, हमारा बच्चा मान नहीं रहा है, क्या करें। हम कहे भाई आपके पास बच्चा रहता है, हमको बता रहे हो कि नहीं सर कुछ उपाय करेंगे आप लोग तभी हो पाएगा। तो उस बच्चे को फिर हम लोगों ने वाच करना शुरू किया, और सेम केस फिर किया गया। बच्चे को हम एकेडमिक तरफ मोड़ा, बच्चे को छोटे छोटे काम के लिए हमेशा अप्रेज किया, और बच्चा वो इम्प्रूव कर गया, चोरी करना छोड़ दिया। मेरा मतलब ये है कि हम बच्चे को पनिशमेंट नहीं दें, पनिशमेंट को अप्रेजल में चेंज करें, उसके लिए कोई ना कोई टेक्निक अपनाएं। और जैसा कि मेंटल वेलबींग पर बहुत सारा डिस्कस और लेक्चर हो गया, तो मेंटल वेलबींग से ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है जो अभी हमारे सर बता रहे थे, नो योर स्टूडेंट्स। उसके अलावा नो योर स्टाफ आल्सो, नो योर सेल्फ आल्सो। ये तीनों चीज़ आप जानेंगे तो आपका जो वेल बीइंग होगा, मैं मेंटल की बात नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, वेल बीइंग ऑफ इन्वायरमेंट हो जाएगा। वेल बीइंग ऑफ इन्वायरमेंट होगा तो निश्चित रूप से, हमें तो ये नहीं कहा था आप 100% सक्सेस हो जाएंगे, कोई भी 100% हो नहीं पाएगा, लेकिन वो रेट आपका बढ़ेगा, सक्सेस का रेट बढ़ेगा, आप निश्चित रूप से सही ढंग से मैनेज कर पाएंगे। बहुत सारे केसेस ऐसे होते हैं जहाँ पर हम लोग हार जाते हैं, पेरेंट को कॉल करते हैं। पेरेंट को कॉल अल्टीमेटली नहीं करना, मैं समझता हूँ करना जो हम लोग सोचते हैं कि पेरेंट से हमको सपोर्ट मिलेगा, बच्चा को लगता है कि हमारे अगेंस्ट कुछ हो रहा है, लगता है कि हमें हमारे कुछ अगेंस्ट, और अगेंस्ट तो कभी नहीं करिए। जब भी बच्चों से काउंसलिंग करिए तो उसको एम्पैथी देना है, और ये प्रयास करना है कि बच्चा जो अपने पेरेंट को नहीं बोल पाए वो हमको जरूर बता दे। अगर ऐसा करने में हम लोग सफल हो पाते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि अपना काम हम लोग कर दिया और वो कर पाएंगे। और इस 2 दिन का सेशन में हम लोगों ने बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखा है। इसके लिए हम एनसीईआरटी यहाँ के कोऑर्डिनेटर सभी को धन्यवाद देते हैं। धन्यवाद मैडम।
So it was good that you shared 2 of the episodes, and we can, others also can use this as one of the actions to be taken in the school. But of course, sir, there may be others who may require little more than that, but it is true that in the cases, 2 cases, when you turn towards the positives of the students and started appreciating and giving them attention to the good and diverting their attention towards academics, they were able to recover, and that was really good. We can definitely try this. In case of requirement, we can also look for other measures. Now, I request online participants, if you have any action plan, that what are the takeaways and what is that you will start from in your school based on the learning of these 2 days session.
Good afternoon. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes. You can introduce yourself and please proceed.
Myself, Sahida, from Nankori Zone, Andaman and Nicobar Island. First of all, I would like to thanks to all the resource person and NCRT faculty members for providing important information related to mental health and well-being. Action plan related to promoting mental health and well-being in our schools. Few points I have noted, which with the help of my head of the departments and my senior officers, I would like to introduce. The points are as follows. First, I would like to introduce 5 minutes meditation in the morning assembly after moral talk every day. Second, counseling corner or room will be set up within 1 or 2 days after this workshop. Third point is the identification of mentally disturbed child of each class by the class teacher. Fourth point is the listing out of the problematic child and discussion on individual problems every month separately with the child or along with the parents based on the problems identified in order to minimize the mentally disturbed students in school campus. Number fifth point is counseling will be done on every 4th Saturday in the counseling room by the counseling team members of the school. My sixth point is identification of teacher counselor with the help of head of the institution and senior teachers. The selected teacher counselor need to understand, communicate easily by coming down the child level, who can motivate, guide the disturbed child to develop a positive attitude by giving the child some interesting and playful assignments, activities, so as to help the child come out of the stress he or she come across. My seventh point is noting down the family status or the background of the child to do the counseling in an effective manner. My eighth point is documentation based on the problematic child and their problems. 8 is recording the number of meetings conducted to sort out the individual mentally disturbed child problem or issues and to do the follow-up to minimize the number of mentally disturbed child in the school campus. For that, I have made a very simple format to introduce. Based on that, this is a simple format as a first step in which I have introduced the class, name of the problematic child, problems identified by the teachers. Then next column will be the number of counseling done by the counselor, and the last column will be the remarks outcome or the result after action taken, and the follow-up to minimize the mentally disturbed child in the school. This is all about to help the mentally disturbed child in our school. This is my plan, which I would like to introduce after a meeting. Once again, I would like to thanks to all the members and NCRT faculty members who had given important informations, and hopefully we are moving forward towards to help the child and minimize this mentally disturbed child in our school campus. Thank you, ma'am.
this is a very nice initiative, ma'am. Very within a very shorter period of time, you have planned so much. But one of the requests of mine will be that whenever we are talking about a problematic child, we are not supposed to tag it in this way. Rather, we can say that the child having certain difficulties, because because problematic is we are focusing on the child is having some lacuna. Rather, we can say that the child is facing some difficulties and we are there to help them. And confidentiality part has to be maintained thoroughly.
Yes, ma'am. For that only, as per your instruction in the last two sessions, we need to make a counseling corner.
Yes, ma'am. And your plans are very nicely you have maintained. But certain small issues we have to just take care of, because these are going to affect in a long run. We are because among teachers we are also not supposed to say that he or she is the child who is having the issue. It is purely confidential, but we will say that the child is having certain difficulty rather than talking that problematic child. That will be the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Namaste. Namaste.
Yeah, Sahida madam. I think you are in Port. Are you from
Yeah,
Port
from
Blair?
Andaman Nicobar Island, madam, Nankori zone.
Not in Port Blair?
No. I am from Nankori zone, bit away from Port Blair.
Oh, we are coming to Port Blair in another week. Next week.
So as per your schedule, I will be attending your program. No issues.
Then we will meet there and we will.
To attend.
So we will see. We will meet you. We'll meet you. We'll discuss and see how your activities are going on. And you have already prepared that format. In that format also, just as Ashwati suggested, you can just say name of the child, not the problematic. You just say name of the child. Problematic is not to be reflected either in our action or in the documents. There's no problem actually. If we associate problem with the name of the child, it may be a stigma. So that's all. Anyway, we will see how your activities are going on when we come there.
Okay, I will try my level best.
Good to
okay,
know
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, just one second. When we are talking about name of the child also, you have to maintain it confidential. Name of the child.
The entire process, the complete process will be confidential.
Confidential. Only thing is that we can take the follow-up of the number of sessions. You can discuss, but the child's name has to be confidential. Only to the teacher counselor or the counselor.
Two more questions, madam. Question session will be there. We can ask question. Two questions I need to discuss. Just two questions, simple questions. Whether may I?
Okay, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My first question is, ma'am, during whenever before exam period, 1 month before or 20 days before, the entire institution is coming under stress. Teachers, what should be the immediate or steps or immediate action to minimize or reduce the stress of the entire system, all the stakeholders easily and effectively?
This is a very
immediate effect.
The first thing is that root cause is lying that the pressure of examination. We have this thing within our mind that we have to perform well. The performance pressure is high, both in the terms of students as well as with the teachers and family members too. And we all are accumulating. We all are accumulating to pressurize the student. So best part is that we have to take examination not as a pressurized pressure. Rather, we will take it as that something we will be assessed for what we have learned till now. So it is the duty of teachers as well as parents first, then to the students, because we have to tell them that this is just a passing stone. Because examinations, that's why Pradhan Mantri ji has initiated this Man Ki Baat.
Yes,
these
Manjeet,
sessions
Pariksha
are,
pe charcha.
that is just because we are not supposed to take everything in a very problematic way, that examinations are coming. Examinations will come. Academic examination and beyond school also, life has many examinations for us. And life examinations are difficult, much tougher than this. But we are just giving an impression that these examinations are quite tough. But we have to be very careful about the situation, that how we are dealing with examination, and examination should be taken as a healthy way to transform. So first, we will not panic, nor we are going to the spillover effect to our students. First, we as teachers, as parents, we have to understand that this is just an examination, nothing more than this. And this will help.
Thank you, ma'am. My second question is, other than teacher counselor of the institution, who else can do the counseling from the institution itself to make the environment a stress-free environment?
Actually,
other than teacher counselor.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, first the
Who else
counselor,
can do?
the trained counselors will be there, and as a supporting team, teacher counselors means those who are having these qualities, as we are discussing in our morning session, that there are certain qualities that one teacher must have: empathetic ears, or the person is confidential, the person is supportive, the person is sympathetic. If someone is ready to help, so only those people, they must be there. And if those who are doing this task, they must be reduced with the teaching activities, because a person must be free in mind, so that they can render the service. If I am pressurized with my official task, then I may not do justice to my mental health service. So, so we have to make a balance. So you accordingly, you choose those who are ready to help, then you allow them to go for this.
Okay. As per that.
But
Okay,
it
ma'am.
is
Thank
very
you,
nice,
ma'am.
very
Thank
nice
you.
that you have done it so quickly.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, entire team. Once again, thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you. Namaskar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Please.
Ma'am, I am Bhimsen Panda, the principal in PM Sri Kendriya Vidyalaya Bhavani Patna, Kalahandi.
We are familiar with you, sir, by now.
I am also very much associated with you all, Gaurama ma'am, Elizabeth ma'am, and the RI from 2004 onwards. So it's nice that you have organized such a beautiful program. Ma'am, actually just adding to this particular discussion, what was going on here, I think the society has to do something also along with the school things that we are planning, like creating job opportunity, vocationalization of the things, and there has to be a lot of SEZ, special economic zone. Because when we are talking of suicide cases, maybe in Kota or maybe in some other place, the thing is that, ma'am, that whatever we may say, that people or the parents, they always see where there is maximum opportunity, where there is maximum job chance, where there is maximum income. Accordingly, the society is molding their students, the parents are molding their students for that particular branch. We are discussing that why many parents are forcing their child to be a doctor, to be an engineer. We should also know that why they are forcing, because they feel that if their child will be an engineer, if their child will be a doctor, then the best earning options are there. So that means to deal with all these cases, the society has to think also. There should be job opportunities in school also. There should be given enough awareness that in other aspects there is also a high quality living, there is job opportunity. I am just giving my example. I was a very good player also. I was playing good chess when I was in class 11 and 12, but I was forced to go for this physics studies, science studies, because there is maximum job opportunity. So some of my friends, they were now grandmaster, international master, but I am forced to be a science student like that. So my point is that when we are talking of mental health, we have to also, as a whole, the society as a whole, have to think also these aspects, creating the job opportunity, giving enough emphasis to other aspects, other subjects, showcasing the examples also that this person has gone for standard and he is now highlighted. He is now earning a lot. He is now in a big position. So all these things are also to be shown. There should be workshops, there should be discussions in the school level, and at the side by side, there should be more special economic zone as there are in China and other developed countries. Then only this particular case, suicide cases and the fear for the exam, because they are apprehending that they will not do well. If they will not do well in the exam, then their other better options will be squeezed. So all these things the society has to think of. Otherwise, whatever things we A.K. Panda sir has said and other principals and other people they have said were excellent, and all the talk that was given by the resource person Ramachandran sir, Kaur sir, and all others were actually excellent. I have gone through all these sessions. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all those who are directly or indirectly associated with this.
कर लीजिए। मेरा तो खत्म नहीं हो रहा, प्रॉब्लम नहीं, ये मेरा नाम नहीं आता, एडमिन आ रहा।
एडमिन कैसा हुआ? इट्स ओके। Sir, Panda sir, your ideas are really doable. I think you have already started and you have given idea to the others also to start those activities, because one or two which you suggested are which can be easily done, connecting to the community, providing job opportunities. I think the NEP 2020 which says that bagless days and vocational education right from the middle stage, all this are related to what you said, and that is the intention also, that students will go to the community, community will come to the school, they will know the potential of each other, and there will be lots of opportunities to engage. Students will have opportunity to engage in the community and to be productive, and they may develop a passion towards the vocations which are existing in their own community, and they may try to engage in that activity and stay in their local areas to bring improvement in their local living condition. Very simple but profound activity. I think your school is doing in your level, and other teachers also, we can think of these activities.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Anybody else? We can take one more before concluding, before thanking you all and concluding, taking a way forward. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. You can just on the mic and speak. So after this, if there is any question you can ask, or we can continue to keep the discussion alive. We have a group. You can even share your proposal in the group, and you can keep on informing us your improvements and the progress which you are making in your project. Yes, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. During the sessions yesterday and today, in both the sessions, we have learnt a lot, and I thank all the resource persons who have given us loads of ideas about the different action plans that we can do in our schools, of which some I liked and I want to do them in my school. The first is a stress-free zone, which I liked a lot. And what I'm planning is just with the request of my with my principal sir to build a stress-free zone where on the walls positive thoughts will be there. It will be a relaxation zone where students can come whenever they are feeling a little bit sad or whenever they are feeling low. Now, there I'm planning to keep some chairs, some very humorous or comic books where they can come, they can go through them, or maybe some painting material they can put their hands on, and once they feel a little bit better, they may go to the class. This is a first thing. This is the first thing that I'm planning to do in my school. Other than that, what I'm planning is that is, if possible, to invite the grandparents, if needed, during the fun days that the primary classes have in our Kendra Vidyalayas, to come to school and associate them with the primary children and help them with storytelling programs, or be with them, because in our nuclear family most of the children, most of the students, they feel the absence of the grandparents. So we do have grandparents day, but I think that is not enough to suffice the absence that they feel. And if we can invite them to our school during the fun days, at least not every fun day, at least once a month, and let them have storytelling sessions, let them associate with the children, at least they will also feel that they are happy, they will also feel happy, and the children will be also benefited from them. And just like Panda sir has said, I'll be also taking up orientation for teachers, and that is, tell them to use personal touch in the class. As we go to the class, as I go to the class, the first thing that I say is good morning, and then we introduce a lesson. Before that, we can take some meditation classes, or for 5 minutes, not more, or like a personal question answer session, like how are you, what did you have to yesterday, how are you feeling now, like that, a little bit informal conversation that can make them relaxed before we start the classes. And also for the senior children, we can give them realistic goals to convince them to achieve them through hard work and honesty, and not to dream about things that are not achievable. And also sensitize parents about mental well-being, and educate the parents about good nutrition, because as sir has said, many of the children, they come to school without proper breakfast, and the parents should be advocated about the importance of a good breakfast, and also initiate tell the parents to develop a hobby, let the children develop a hobby at home, because in school they get many opportunities, but interacting with the children, I have found that after going home they directly go to tuition, or some of the parents force them to study. So a little bit of playtime, me time, where the children can open up, and they can use their hands, they can use their things, they can use their creativity to create something that can bring up their things that are going up in their mind. That can be done, and that I'll try to do. Thank you.
Bye. I request all the members here, those who have presented and those who have not presented also, can please prepare this as a action plan and send it to us in the group so that we can use it for the report. So thank you everyone for presenting, and I'm sure others also have prepared the action plan. You can send it for us, we can share it in the group, and ultimately we want to prepare a small report out of these 2 days program and share it with all of you. We are coming to the end of the 2-day session. as our principal is out of station, we are not able to have a very formal concluding session, but we have some of our resource persons here, and online also some are there, and all our participants are here. At the end, we want to thank those participants who have come here, and we want to express our gratitude by presenting them the token of our respect and regard by presenting the Uttariya. I request Sudha to read their names, and they can please come. I request Dr. Sashwati, Vandana, Elizabeth to please come here and honor them. The relieving order also is ready. You can collect it after the session.
Ms. Juhi Rani. श्रीमती दीप्ति कुमारी, डॉक्टर एस राजी, अजंता घोष चौधरी, विश्वजीत पात्र, मुराद खान, मिस्टर A.K. पंडा, मिस्टर M.K. श्रीवास्तव, मिस्टर अरविंद पात्र, मिस्टर N.C. चक्र, मिस्टर राजनारायण मेहर, मिस्टर सुरेश कुमार साहू, डॉक्टर पितवास प्रहराज, मिसेस नौमिता त्रिपाठी, मिस्टर जयनाथ प्रसाद महतो, Dr. A.K. Khatwa, Miss Juhi Rani, Dipti Kumari, Dr. S.S. Raji, Mr. Biswajit Patra, Mr. Murad Khan,
वो उसमें वो हुआ है ना, पेंट हुआ है ना।
ऑनलाइन कोई दिखा सो फोटो में आएगा. Dear online participants, we want your videos to be on. We are taking a group photo. We want to feel your presence amongst us, though we missed you in the valedictory session. And the certificates will be sent to you. It is e-certificate for all of you. It will be sent to you. So please, you can open the video and we'll have you in the photograph.
Most Honorable Madam Gaurama, Coordinator Madam, and all members of RI Bhubaneswar, and all my respected participants. First of all, good afternoon to all of you. Really, Madam, in my service career, I have attended more than some dozens of programs, but coordinator like you, Madam, I never seen anywhere, Madam. Really, your smiling face and you are so cordial and you are so loving, Madam. We will miss you, Madam, always. And Madam Elizabeth also, and all the staffs of RI, really you are so good and so loving and caring. And really it is my honor to extend my special thanks to all, Madam. Please, Madam, thank you, Madam.
You are so kind that you could identify those things and you are expressing. Thank you very, very much. Okay, come madam for the photo.
आप लोग को फॉर ग्रांटेड हम तो पूरा लोग लग गए हैं फॉर ग्रांटेड। अभी जब काम करना होगा ना, इस पर इतना ज्यादा काम होने जा रहा है ना। स्टेट नोडल वही है, बादल राज, वो तो मनोदर्पण का। कौन कौन है चिट्ठी निकाले, हम उन्हीं को उठा के भेज देना। बोले हमको क्यों भेजते हैं, हमने आपके मन में तो आप ना जाइएगा तो हम लोग जाएंगे। चलिए सब जाइए।
So finally it is concluded. Thank you very much. Let us close this not as a conclusion but as a beginning to having schools that are a wonderful, happy place for our children and for teachers and for the principals also. First of all, those who have come here, I think beginning from me, I have to work for my well-being. So all of us will work towards our well-being and then we'll promote this. I request Elizabeth to formally propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Coordinator Garama ma'am. After having 2 wonderful days, very meaningful day, we have come to the end of the 2-day workshop. I don't know how the time passed. I feel that the time is very short. There are many issues which has been discussed, very important, pertinent things in relation to promoting mental health. So this is, 2 days is not enough. So we are intending, or our objective is just to incite you, to spark your mind, to once again refresh our mind so that many things we can work together in the coming days. We are very, very happy to provide this platform for all of us to know each other more and to work together, because our aim is common, to promote mental well-being. So it's very important that we network together, we join hands, we come together, and it was wonderful being with you all, to all the participants, all the resource person, and all of you who have joined online as well as face-to-face mode. Immensely thank you all for taking your time to join these 2 days. Also, I want to thank all the resource person, Dr. Kar, Baswati, Ramchandra, then Saswati, Jena, then other Vimala Robi, who have joined during this 2 days program. Our intention is not to lecture, but rather to discern together, to deliberate together, to discuss together, so that we can work out some very meaningful plan in the days to come, so that we can provide a safe and secure place where children find themselves full of confidence, and we all are in the same platform, we all are in the same noble cause. So let's continue to work together. I want to, on behalf of the coordinator, on behalf of the institute, on behalf of the principal, also on behalf of NCRT, want to thank every one of you, those who have come and those who have joined online. There are many personnel who have given us their support also. The supporting staff, the different department of this institute, We have, though it is only 2 days, the work are very elaborate. So that's why in big and small thing, they were all helping us. And needless to say, I want to thank Professor I.P. Gorama ma'am also. She's the she's the person, the strong woman behind this program. How it has been, how it has to work out, how it has to be proceeded, and how we should, go about in these 2 days. So want to thank, and I want to thank also all our colleagues who have joined from NCRT, Professor Anjum Sibia, Dean Academic, NCRT, Susmita, and other faculty members who have given their time, valuable time, and clarifying many of our doubts. So thank you all, those who are joining face to face here from West Bengal, from Jharkhand, also from Odisha. Thank you all so much. You all are, I know that you are very responsible people in the school, head of the institution, principal, headmaster, but still you find times to come here and voice out your concern, and also not only that, come out with some action plan which are very exciting and which are very nice to hear, and we would like to be part of your efforts also. So let's continue the journey. This is the beginning. Let us continue the journey and let us work together so that we can provide our best for the children and the adolescents of these nations. So once again, I want to thank each and everyone, all of you, all of you, those who help directly, indirectly, even our faculty, Sasikala, Vandana, Sudha, Mamta, everybody who has, Abhijit, Priya, and all those who have helped us. Thank you. With your help only this is possible. So I wish you all the very best journey when you are going back. To our participant who come little further from the destination. So once again, thank you, and please keep in touch with us. We'd like to reach out to you even in the days to come. Let us work together as a team. Let us continue to put our best for the children of this nation. Once again, thank you. Thank you. Okay, those who have joined online also, once again, thank you. So we'll be closing the online meeting. Thank you.
Recording stop.